Welcome back to the OCA Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Voice growing stronger by the day. Not quite back to normal. Joining me tonight is Random 11.
Hello.
Footnum.
Hi.
Reese 2753.
Hi there.
And Greenline.
Hello.
And a soothing, delicious beverage.
Oh, yeah, I guess we're hashtag not sponsored yet, so you can't plug it yet.
I'll plug it. Don't worry. All right. I think this is how I do it. So, we've been doing this show for quite a long time. Going on, what is this, like our 8th year? And if you guys wanted to support this bitch, I am starting a 5-year initiative to help the OCA podcast get into the black by 2030. As you can see, when we get to the end of the 5th year, boom, we'll all come, right?
Nice.
That's how it's going to go, because we're definitely going to get into the black by 2030, right? That's definitely going to happen.
For sure.
100%. It's a bygone conclusion. We already know how it's going to go. Look at all the coming we're going to do together. Right? So
we get there, we'll all do it on stream.
We have 4 years and 9 months left.
By that point, we'll
profitable.
be approved for Pornhub.
Yeah. All of our dreams are going to come true. So for us to become profitable by January 1st, 2030, we must earn $104.08 per month. And if we do that, we will overcome our deficit. And by January 1st, 2030, we will officially be operating in the black. Now, as of right now, we have earned $31.71 this month, which means we still need $72.37 left over the next 2 weeks in order for this month.
2 weeks?
Yeah. Well, this weekend and then the following weekend.
Okay.
Right? Because the following weekend will be on the 30th, right?
Okay.
So if you guys want to make sure that this number goes down instead of up, making us further and further from our dreams, the way you would do that is by either donating directly to us via PayPal or heading over to Patreon at patreon.com/OCA Podcast to fund the podcast. Or you can also fund the Anime Collector channel. This, again, is per video versus
so it's
per
never
month.
going to bill you.
True. Very true. I would much rather have this right now for the 5-year goal, because quite frankly, I'll probably go 5 years without producing content on the actual channel. For the 5-year goal, the help will come from this Patreon, right? You can also shop at Tenga. Now, I have another affiliate I'd like to talk to you guys about. I just, as you guys know,
You got a super chat.
Look at that. Things are changing already. In fact, if I were right at this moment to go monetization, earn supers, see y'all, grab these two, copy, switch to this tab, go to the super chat log, scroll all the way down, paste. Oh, God damn it. If I did this right. That will update in 5 minutes or so. Anyway, yeah, so
Thank you, the cool Tutti.
much appreciated, right? First of all, let me go back to this. I just want to say real quick, I got so fucking sick, like levels in an annoying illness, one where it doesn't feel like you're that sick, and then it'll just floor you, like, oh, you got up to pick something from the printer, sit back down and close your eyes for 10 minutes, because otherwise you're gonna fucking fall out of your chair and pass out, right? So at work, I picked up a health supplement, and it has had a dramatic effect that I wasn't expecting. Basically, it is
Chocolate Viagra.
Yeah, basically. So cocoa, the actual plant, cocoa, not the stuff that you put in your milk to make chocolate milk, right? The stuff that is derived from is really rich in something called flavonoid or flavanols. And that shit, in layman's terms, it opens up your blood vessels so that they can carry more oxygen throughout your body. And I've got to tell you, the first day when I had to go back to work and I was sick as fuck, that I took one of these, I could tell I was still sick because I still had no voice and all that, but I felt back to normal. You know what I mean? I was dumbfounded how good this shit was. And because of the increased oxygen in the blood to my brain, the tasks that I was performing at work felt way less exhausting than they normally would, right? To the point where it was actually like I was more productive while sick than not sick, which is weird for me, right? So anyway, I'm drinking some right now because I am, after the first time, I'm like, I'm never going to do a podcast without it, ever, because it's that fucking life-changing, right? So
it's funny that you brought all this stuff up literally, was it a day after I was like dedicating myself to productivity maxing?
Oh yeah. Have you tried it yet?
When you brought it up, I'm like, well, won't hurt to try it or whatever. And then it turns out we have I don't know, multiple like chocolate powders and stuff. And one of them is like all natural, which allegedly is basically the same thing that he's having.
Yeah. Well,
I can't tell if it's just simply my mindset, but there is something that I don't know. I feel like I'm
something,
able
right?
to focus. I'm able to focus more and not like get hung up on stupid whatever stuff anymore.
So I flew to Australia, and it took me 16 hours to get there, right? Because I went to Melbourne first. On the way back, it took 12 hours to get back because we flew from Sydney, and the Earth's curvature and spin or whatever the fuck causes it to be less time on the way back. The guy in front of me and in the aisle seat was hacking up a lung the entire time. So that is why I am sick, right? It took a week of incubation before it started to manifest. But because of how long I was on the plane, 14 fucking hours straight, or 16 hours straight the first time, I wanted to pick this kind of stuff up. I mean, I didn't know specifically what I was going to get at the time, but I was just thinking about how much sitting I'm doing, right? Like 16-hour flight, not getting up kind of thing. And I wanted to get something to improve my blood flow, my circulation, right? And that's what this does. But on top of that, oxygenating the blood, I didn't expect that. I didn't really expect that to be as effective as it is. So anyway, just saying, it affects the brain. It also affects the internal organs. Science would suggest it also affects the most important organ of the body that needs lots of blood flow. So just throwing that out there. If you would like to, once I get this up on the affiliates link, you could go straight here and then pick up that Tenga and last all night long. Right. So I'll just tell you that I'm going to be taking this like every day of my life from now on, just because the mental clarity and shit is really awesome.
And so you can have like 3 more kids, and it's going to be over.
No, that's not possible.
AC, I believe they call this pre-nut clarity, where you're actually ascended before.
So anyway, with that in mind, you guys can shop at these different places. And I will tell you, this is the total bar we need to knock out over the course of the next few months. In fact, I wonder if this dropped down yet. Nope, not yet. Let me refresh. Oh, I'm refreshing the wrong page. Hold on. Let me refresh. Yeah, I think it did. It dropped down by a couple cents here, right? Because now we're at 33.11. Nice. Look at it. Cool Tucci did it. So this also, these are super chat earnings, and these are Patreon earnings. So as you can see, Patreon's pretty much holding us afloat. Anyway, yeah. So I would appreciate if you guys would consider how much time you spent with us, because quite frankly, I did the math on it. And if you were to start watching the podcast from episode 1 right now, it would take you 66 days to watch the whole thing nonstop. So if we've provided you with the joy over these last 7 years or whatever it's been, yeah, dig deep. Should prove it, bitch. Right. Anyway, jumping past this now, let's get into our topics. Woman stabbed to death on Tokyo Street while live streaming. Did I highlight these? Okay, cool. Yeah, so morning attack occurred on a quiet side street shortly before 10 a.m. on the morning of March 11th. A 22-year-old woman was walking along a street in downtown Tokyo when a man suddenly came up beside her and attacked her with a knife. The attack occurred in the Takadanobaba neighborhood, south of, oh dear God, the Takadanobaba station, in the opposite direction from the district's busier main commercial / restaurant district, and approach to the campus of Waseda University. That detail was so unnecessary. Thank you. Anyway, so the attack happened right here. Witnesses say that a witness says he saw blood coming from the woman's head as she lay collapsed on the ground, with her assailant aiming his smartphone at her face after he ceased his attack. When police arrived on the scene, the witness says the man raised his hand and identified himself as the attacker. He was immediately arrested on attempted murder charges, which have now been upgraded to murder following the woman's death shortly after being rushed to the hospital. The victim has been identified as Irie Sato, a resident of the Tama district of Western Tokyo, not to be confused with the 28-year-old actress / model Irie Sato. The attacker, who was in his 40s, admitted to stabbing Sato, but denies intentionally murdering her, telling the police, quote, "I loaned her money, but she didn't pay me back. I wasn't trying to kill her." Despite stabbing her multiple times in the face.
I was stabbing in the face to show her a lesson. I didn't mean to kill her.
That was just a warning stab. You know? Yeah, despite stabbing her multiple times in the face, neck, and torso. With there being no doubt that the man killed Sato, investigators are now looking into the specifics of the man's motive and his mental suitability to be held criminally responsible. In addition to recovering a knife at the scene of the attack, officers also seized a second knife from the man's backpack. All right, there's more to the story. Here's the more details. So Sato, who was in the middle of live streaming when the attack occurred, sustained multiple wounds to the face, neck, and torso, and though rushed to the hospital, died shortly after her arrival. Her assailant was apprehended at the scene of the crime and has been identified as 42-year-old Kenichi Takano. While being taken into custody, Takano was heard saying that he had lent money to Sato, which she had not paid back. And during questioning, he had loaned some 2 million yen, or $13,600 to Sato, having gone into debt himself to procure the funds. The attack took place shortly before 10 a.m., but as late as just 2 hours before that, Takano wasn't even in Tokyo. Takano was a resident of the town of Oyama in Tochigi Prefecture, from where it's about a 2-hour train ride to Takata no Baba. Quote, the night before I saw a notice that Sato-san was going to be doing a live stream while walking around downtown Tokyo. So, on the morning of the 12th, I went to Tokyo, said Takano during questioning, explaining that he was watching her live stream while on the train himself to track her location. After seeing that Sato had gotten off the train, Takano did the same, and since he knew which direction she'd gone in from there and what she was wearing from watching the stream, he was able to spot her on the street, close in, and make his attack before she was prepared to defend herself or flee. Following his arrest, Takano claimed that he had no intent of killing Sato, but her autopsy found that she had been stabbed more than 30 times. So downgrading the charges against him from murder to manslaughter is extremely unlikely, and the prosecutor's work will now most likely turn to determining his mental fitness to be tried and punished for Sato's death. Now, Niche Gamer wrote it here as Japanese live streamer I Mogami's killer says she owed him money. Now, it says here, I Mogami, real name Irie Sato. So get this. Not only does this girl have the name Irie Sato, which is the name of an actual Japanese model / actress, but the name she chose to use for her channel in her live streaming was I Mogami, the name of another actual real actor, right? So when this was reported initially, newspapers had reported in Japan that both Irie Sato, the actress and model, and also I Mogami, the actress and model, had been murdered, right? So it says here that she was stabbed to death while live streaming around the Takata no Baba station in Tokyo around 10 a.m. Blah, blah, blah. With Kenichi Takano approached her, attacked her without a word. I was 22 and Takano was 42. Shortly after the attack, Takano said that he had a problem with her. Sorry, I was only supposed to read this part. He kept watching her live stream after getting off the train at the station, and based on her footage, he identified her by the surroundings and her clothing within 10 minutes. It's believed he used a survival-style knife around 5 inches long to tragically stab her to death. Takano's motive for the killing is that he, quote, felt unbearable about her earning money through live streaming while she had not repaid the debt. So she owes you $13,000. She can't be allowed to make money for which she could then use to pay you back because it makes you mad, and now you're going to stab her 30 times in the fucking head, neck, and torso.
And now she's
I don't think he's fit.
Anyway.
Yeah, I don't think he's fit for the trial. Yeah. Not long after apprehending the suspect, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department raided his home on January 13th and seized a personal computer and statements recording money transfers to Mrs. Sato. Japanese streamer stabbed to death while streaming in Tokyo. There's the last bit of news here. In January 2024, by the way, if it seems like I had just talked up my drink and now I'm having like an aneurysm, it's because I actually compiled this for last podcast and then pulled it out at the last second since I wasn't going to be there for the beginning. And Reese asked me to do it today, and I didn't refresh my memory on everything we were going to cover.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that you did this all last podcast, so you hadn't had your drink yet.
I mean, that's also true, but in January 2024, Takano visited the Tochigi Prefectural Police, claiming that Sato had not returned the money he had lent to her. According to the police, Takano sent Irie over 2 million yen to cover living expenses and phone bills, which he borrowed from consumer finance companies. Quote, she continued not to repay me, so I decided to attack, Takano said during interrogation. However, the suspect has denied the allegation, saying, quote, I didn't mean to kill her, according to the Tokyo police, who planned to switch the charge to murder. The incident was initially reported as the victim being the voice actress Ai Mogami, that's what it was, the voice actress, whose name was used as the alias by the streamer, but her talent agency has reported that the voice actress is safe and expressed their condolences. All right. Anyway, you guys have pickups. Actually, let's do some chats. I'm sorry. I meant to do that before. First of all, I just want to say again, thank you, Cool Tutti. Appreciate it. Everybody else, come on, let's go.
Fuck you guys.
Hello, Lady Phoenix.
I'm surprised her agency let her use the voice actress's name for her like VTuber.
Oh, she's not a VTuber.
Whatever.
She's just a random person. It'd be like us choosing to call our channel Keanu Reeves, right? Or something like that. Is there an OCA subscribe star? There isn't, but I could make one if you guys wanted to do that.
There's what is it? So Ko-Fi, the way it works is that it basically just hooks you up to the other person's PayPal directly, so you don't have like fees or whatever.
Oh, really? Okay, I'll look into Ko-Fi and I always thought it was coffee.
I mean, I guess you could call it whatever.
Because when you get that, doesn't it say like somebody bought you a coffee?
Yeah, bought me a coffee.
Yeah, but what is it? The only downside is that it will dox your PayPal. So if you have an OCA email or PayPal, then you're good there.
I mean, I don't know, but yeah. Let's see. Barbaric 8 Productions. How are you doing? I would like to apologize because probably months ago now, you sent me an animation for me to look at that I was really excited to look at, and I haven't yet. We started covering Attack on Titan, and I have been busy, right? Apologies for that.
Next time on OCA Podcast, streamer gets killed because he did look at strong animation.
Culture T says, I got the same exact illness as AC. It's a good thing I don't speak for a living, so I recover in 1 week. Well, let's see, I started to like really get sick on Saturday last week. When I went to Anime Night Market, which I will show you my pickups from in just a second. So yeah, it's been a week and 1 day. I am on the very tail end of it, like my voice is still recovering, but like the coughing and all that stuff is getting a lot less, to the point where probably by Wednesday I'll be back to 100%. So that's good. Super Beats or tea? Don't know about that. Cocoa is similar molecule to caffeine and has similar effects. Yeah, and just a heads up, not that it really matters. There is about 30, it says on here, 30 milligrams naturally occurring caffeine per serving. So it's about as much as having a can of Coke, right? So it's nothing too crazy. I don't even think it would even keep you from going to sleep at night, even if you had it right before bed or right before lovemaking, probably right at night, because it's going to help you.
Nighttime aerobics.
But yeah, so just a heads up there. Yeah, it's the heart, the most important organ that handles blood flow. Definitely the heart. Thief stabbed to death after multiple warnings from person she robbed. Yeah, pretty much. The guy's so calm that the cops didn't realize he was the guy. Yeah, he had to be like, yeah, it was me. I killed her.
There's no mistake.
Oh, there is Kofi and then a different company called Buy Me a Coffee. Oh, I'll have to look into it. How you doing, babe? In a minute, we're doing pickups next. I spread at the night market. Yes, I made sure to get so many weebs sick, especially the ones that were morbidly obese with their comorbidities hanging out their ass. Oh, beets and tea also have flavonoids. No, flavonoids is what flavor.
Yeah, when I did the chat GPT, it said like berries and stuff like that too. So
probably like the super rich antioxidant stuff.
Yeah, I guess so. Like blueberries, whatever, grapes.
Cool.
So you got to be a grapist to be focused.
Yeah. All right. So pickups. So I just got back from Australia and I have pickups.
Nice.
Mother dear.
How many pride flags did you get?
Okay, so turns out, yeah. So what Green Line's referencing is that when I showed up in Sydney, there were trans flags out the ass everywhere. Now, when I was in Melbourne, a doctor that we were meeting there was telling my group about a sushi place that a Japanese guy like that he knows in Sydney who's like from Japan, like first generation, specifically recommended in Sydney, right? So my friend Nick and I, we went there, and I'll be honest, the nigiri was great, but a lot of the other gimmicks they had going on were not great. They had this thing that they called the cigar, and it was like a pastry shaped like a cigar in an ashtray with like a fine grit powder kind of like thing to represent ash, but it was supposed to be like a flavor. And inside of the pastry, you could get like tuna or salmon or whatever. Horribly missed opportunity on that thing. Like the actual ash, I'm like, there's like no flavor in this. This is just for the gimmick. Like dumb. There's a Julie and I go to a Korean barbecue place and they have like this green salt, right?
It's like green tea salt.
Yeah. And that green tea salt would have been like friggin' perfect to dip into with the thing. But anyway, while I was there, I ended up talking to some locals, and like it got to the point where they like my friend and I got pulled over to their table and we just ate with them and chatted with them for a couple of hours, right? And I offhandedly brought up the amount of flags, right, in Sydney. And the guy I was talking to said, "Oh, yeah, we like basically Sydney had just had their Pride Parade and all that shit was left over from that, right? So they just hadn't taken it all down yet." So that's addressing Green Line's point, right? Now, when I was in Australia, I went looking for gifts to bring home for my family and whatnot, right? And I went to this one store. I bought my daughter a couple of Hello Kitties. You can if you want. But you can if you want, but if you're not feeling good, you don't need to. I made her sick. That's why she's got the mask on, so she doesn't get it all over the place. Because unlike her,
I thought that was her
I
Pride
coughed
Parade
everywhere
cosplay.
in the house. You know?
In your sleep.
And in my sleep, yeah. Oh, the coughing is the worst at night. Like as soon as you lay down, you're like, oh, I think I'm gonna be better by tomorrow. You lay down for sleep, you're like, oh fuck no, I'm back at the beginning of this again, right? Yeah. Anyway, she's gonna grab the stuff I got for my daughter, but I picked up a couple of Hello Kitties for my daughter, but I saw one Hello Kitty and I said, "Bitch, that one's for me." Right?
Oh my god, Kenshin?
Kenshin Hello Kitty from Japan,
Nice.
right? I was like, yes.
I'm
Guess how
surprised
much I
they
paid
allowed
for
that
this
collab
bitch.
to happen.
149 Australian dollars.
Oh god.
What is
Whoa,
that?
Australian? That's like $14.
No, that's like it's USD like 60% of this basically.
Okay.
Anyway, so that was from there. From that same place, I picked up this bitchin' Moomin purse,
Ah, nice.
right? With this cool like leather embossed pouch on the back. I thought that was pretty cool. She's yelling. Okay, and then I picked up Foodnum because I found a gachapon machine. And in the gachapon machine, have you guys ever done a gachapon? Like a Japanese style one?
Never done one, but
No.
Julie, could you hand
I've
me
done
the
American
gachapon
style ones,
coins
but that was
are on
like as a kid.
you have to put that other
Oh,
Kenshin plush next to the Hello Kitty one.
Yeah.
When they're small and flat, they're hard to pick up.
All right, I'll come back to the gachapon thing in a minute. So these are the ones I got for my daughter. So it's actually kind of good that it's coming out this way because I found that shit first. I found this Hello Kitty dressed up as a koala that says Australia on the back. I guess like they had like a limited edition, like only available in New Zealand and Australia Hello Kitties. So the New Zealand ones are a kiwi, right? Like the bird, with the little beak in the brown beak.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but that's where it would be on the Hello Kitty anyway. So I got her this, and then I also picked up this for her. Just fucking, is that the cutest goddamn thing you ever seen?
Yeah.
HDR on Hello Kitty,
It's like even cuter in the drawing.
or sorry, RTX on.
Yeah. And so in the back of my mind, after I bought the like Rurouni Kenshin one, the whole time throughout the whole day, I was thinking to myself, I'm pretty sure I saw Julie and my daughter are really big fans of Cinema Roll, right? And so I could have sworn, I'm like, I know I saw Hello Kitty dressed as Cinema Roll at that store. And I begged Nick for us to go back there. And then when I went back there, I could not fucking find it. And then as I was leaving, I saw it in the window. And so I picked up it's a Cinema Roll dressed as Hello Kitty is what I meant to say, right?
Oh, nice.
Later that night, I saw another one. And I was
no.
bitch, I need that one too. Yeah, I'll take you. And then I went to Kinokuniya. Hold on one second. There we go. I went to Kinokuniya, the bookstore, and they had a gachapon machine, and you have to. There was like a token thing, and this is the token it gave me. Right?
God damn.
Okay.
Which honestly, is that not the most clever logo for a gachapon?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Right? Like it's like a G, but it's also a
It's like a Pokeball.
With the capsule
Right?
opening.
yeah. The ones I got Eli were the Kirby ones. They came in this size, I think. Right?
What are they?
The Waddle Dees.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So anyway, I went to a different
All these
place.
nuts.
Yeah, I went to a different place later on, and they had more gachapons, but I left the token in my luggage, right? So I had to buy more, right? And good thing I bought more because they're a completely different flip and size, right? And this one is not. It's kind of like engraved rather than, like cut into it or
Stamped.
whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's just kind of etched rather than cut in or whatever. So so these are like a few bucks per token or whatever, right? Like you put in $4, you get like 2 of these, right? And that's in Australian dollars, right? So anyway, I saw something and I knew I had to have it, so I put my card in and I got like 6 coins. And then I went to get this thing that I couldn't live without, and I got it on the first draw. So I got myself a little footnum. A little footnum.
Ah! Oh
Right.
my lord. More accurate footnote.
Biblically accurate footnote.
Yeah, biblically accurate footnote.
Biblically accurate footnum.
Extra legs
Yeah.
makes it biblically,
All right. So
biblically accurate.
I still had a bunch of these left over. So I bought a Oshino Ko, and I got a character I don't even know who it is because I haven't gotten through season 2 yet.
That looks like
Isn't that the
Akane.
one from season 1 that tried to KMS?
Maybe.
That looks like Akane.
She's like sleeping in like a futon. Anyway, so I still had a coin. And I got the same girl twice. So great use of my money here.
Wow, he's been playing gotcha games in real life.
Yeah, real life gotcha games. Anyway, so that's basically what I got from Australia. But last weekend, right before the show, I went to Anime Night Market, and you want to stand up and show them the nice, lovely poncho.
The Pika poncho.
Yeah, we bought Julie this Pokemon themed.
Oh, it's just all of them. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah,
That is
That's
amazing,
cool.
Julie.
way expensive from Ecuador. You know, stupidly
Worth
expensive.
it.
Anyway, so then I also bought a custom, handmade Cubone skull that was fired in a kiln, right? I just thought this would look really cool in the backdrop, right?
Yeah.
And then, of course, I couldn't let this other one go by. The guy was selling dittos, and I'm like, yeah, get me the Jade Ditto with huge ass. Right?
Wow, that ditto is cake.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway.
those are poured. They're not hand.
Yeah, they're not handcrafted. They're based on a mold he made, but
Yeah.
still handmade in terms of like he did from the beginning, right?
Hand drawn.
Did the glaze.
Yeah. Anyway,
There
make sure
were
that
really-
gets pushed
there
further
were
back.
really
so-
cool ones with like silver,
Mhm.
blue. Looked more like a bone, but this was pretty.
Yeah. Can you guys see it back there?
Like
Yeah, I
this-
can also
we'll have-
hear
oh,
her.
yeah,
You
the
sound
banana.
like ass, Julie. Oh my God, Brad, you're
Yeah.
terrible.
I also got
Sorry.
this plush banana just because why not?
Why not?
Why not? Right.
Cuddle the
Now
banana.
you can use that for your banana for scale pictures.
Yeah, my banana for scale pictures. All right. Nice pillow for you if you want to nap in here. All right. That's it for me, I think. Double check. No, I think we're good. Yeah.
Oh,
Here, green line's ready to go.
I do. I have two pickups. One in Discord because it can't be shown here, so it has to be shown in the Velvet Room. So go check out the Velvet Room if you are interested in seeing it. Interesting story with that though, because
Is that
So
the same one as the? It is.
it's
the same-
not. Well, it's the same.
That's
artist,
not.
But
Yeah, it's the same girl,
different.
right?
I think it might be the same girl, but it could be different because I don't really. I'm not 100% sure, but it could be the same girl. But that's the one that I actually originally wanted that I saw on Bai that I couldn't get, and I was like, well, fine. So I found that other one, the first one that I posted like 3 weeks ish, like a month back. So I settled for that one. Bai didn't show me the full picture though. It showed me like half of her upper torso
Wow.
with the first one. So I was like, okay, well, I'll just get
I'm
that
surprised
one.
you. I'm surprised you preferred the lower image here compared to the angle of the other one.
Well, the other one is actually like wrinkled, so I need to like iron it
okay.
out. But maybe the they both have pros and cons for me personally. It's like I like both of them for different various reasons. But
In Japan, they sell like a spray that you
Uh-huh.
spray on wrinkled clothes, and it just like gone.
oh, okay, maybe you'll have to link me.
Yeah, that might be the safest way
something
to
on Amazon or something.
to do that.
But then story time for the other pickup. I tried to get Spy Family,
Mhm.
the movie from Walmart, the Walmart exclusive. And the asshole at the phone was like, yeah, you have to order that online. It's an online exclusive. Because I was thinking in my head, I'll try to see if I can pick it up a day early. Sometimes they have them in the back, like, because they have the shipment in the back, they're not ready to put them out on shelves yet. Well, we'll see if I can get one from the back or whatever.
Yeah, he just wanted the Walmart employee to break street date on a product.
I
that's all.
guess, but sometimes they do, like, sometimes they do. So I ordered it online, and it came, and there's a terrible, like, I don't know if you can see that, the streak on the back of it. I don't really care though, personally, for me, but yeah, I got the steelbook for
That's nice.
Spy Family, and I honestly though feel kind of cheated because the standard version has this pretty like back image, or I think it's the insert image, but the inside image has them like as a family on the beach, and I'm like, oh, I got cucked because I like the image of them on the beach, but
look,
No,
they
it's-
couldn't have
it's
put it
not-
on the back, Green Line. They
This-
had to
this-
show you the text.
The standard one doesn't have an image of him on the beach on the inside.
oh, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Is it on the back of the?
No,
I could've
you know,
sworn
I'll step away real quick and grab my copy, and I'll take
I
some
mean,
pictures.
Cool.
fair enough. Maybe I didn't get cucked, but I saw like an image of them on the beach on the
Well-
back, and it looks
Well,
pretty
the
cute.
standard one does have far more art than that one does.
Yeah, no, it does.
I'll go
'Cause
back.
all that's on the inside here, I'll see if I can show you. All that's on the inside of this stupid fucking thing.
Dear
Is-
Lord.
What's up?
The chat. I'll come to it in a minute.
Is like I'll take out one disc, but it's like the background. And I hate when they do this. Like I know why they do it, but like it's pretty, but like it kind of sucks. Like it's just like, oh yeah, nice. A background image that somebody
What did
did
you
for
do?
this.
You got the theater card, then you just got the movie, right?
The card?
Yeah. The one with Anya
the-
reaching for the Stellas.
I think so. I'll have to look. I don't know if I got rid of it, but
I put my copy in the movie. Or
Okay.
mine in the.
but there was artwork on the back of that I saw of a version. Maybe it's like an exclusive again, but I could have sworn it was the standard for the film, where they're on the beach and they're having a good time.
Where did you post that?
I could be wrong, but
Reese?
I'm still taking pictures. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
He's having a full model shoot over there.
Yeah, I got
I mean,
I
I'll
gave
look into it.
the front covers, the slip cover image and the back image is different. Like the info sheet.
So real quick, Kulta T asks, Australia still has anime merch. So the store that I bought the Hello Kitty one of the Rurouni Kenshin from. Let me start that over. The vast majority of stores that I went into for stuff that would be interested to me or presents for my family were basically just Sanrio stores. They weren't actually like stores that basically just sold Hello Kitty shit, plushies of different kinds and whatnot, right? Not like stuff you'd actually want, to get. But the one I bought through Rurouni Kenshin one at, that store had figures and whatnot as well. But not a huge selection, and I just didn't think I would want to try to get something and try to get it home in one piece, kind of thing. So it's limited, but they do have stuff, Sydney especially, it was a really interesting city, to be honest. Australia might have the most insane-looking buildings I've ever seen in my life. I'll post some pictures another time, but
I put them in the bottom of the pickups.
all right, now I'm going to talk about this. Luigi the Metal 64 quotes us saying, "How many pride flags did you get?" That might be a question for Reese. I think you guys implied he is a male dressed as a female. I don't know. He may sound like Alyssa Steamer.
Who the fuck is that?
Let me make this abundantly clear. Reese is a man. Reese is a man roughly my age. Okay? Can we be okay with this, Luigi? Reese has a very, very rare medical condition that is so rare that he is mentioned by name in the medical textbooks about it. Fucking leave him alone. All right? I don't understand how this is so hard for people.
Leave Reese alone.
All right. Cinema roll is great. Looking sexy as ever, green line. And if you tried to get a Shikishi through eBay, tried to get Shiki through an eBay action. So sorry.
Yeah,
That watch was more fun than it needed to be. I feel like when we watched that. Chat is gooning for green line. I felt better later though. The final bid was higher than I was going to do, so I would have lost anyway. Oh, that's good. Luigi is for Reese.
I don't want that.
Luigi is for Reese. I don't follow that. Only his hissing is annoying so far. Wow. Putting you on timeout. Dear Lord. Put user in timeout. You're going to meanie pants jail. All right, let's go back into pickups here. So, anime fan 007, you picked up a GeForce RTX 3050. Not bragging or anything. Spy Family, is this the season 1?
That's season 2.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, it is. And then Code White. So there's no LE, right?
No, not what for season 1 there is. Or season 2 there is an LE. The LE for the movie is a steelbook.
Okay.
But there's a season 2 LE.
And then Jujutsu Kaisen.
And you think that the steelbook is going to look the exact same, right?
What? No. What are you talking about?
Anyway, Reach, you picked.
Didn't we have a bet going on?
Anyway, Reese picked up Undead Unluck and the Penguin.
Reese is busy, I guess.
He's hiding. Undead and Luck. I need to pick that up, but
Yep. Seb picked up Barefoot Gen on Blu-ray. Holy God. The bombing of Hiroshima through the eyes of a young boy. The terrors of untold mayhem through the eyes of a young child.
This was before the discotheque started doing slip.
This is what?
This must be from before the discotheque started doing slip covers.
Is this a discotheque release?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I thought it might have just been a foreign release. Oh, wow. And Riv picked up Daredevil, The Man Without Fear. Nice. Hellsing. Gantz and what's this other one? Batman, The Dark Knight Returns. Nice. Also, Constantine on Blu-ray for $8. Damn. Clone Wars. Nice. All right, Reese, walk us through this. That's wonderful. Yep.
Feel like that's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, so the image underneath the slipcover is different?
Yeah. Got different impressions.
Is this the image you were thinking of, Green Line?
that's the exact image I was thinking of. It's the inside.
The inside one, yeah.
That you can flip. It's the reversible. Yeah. I like to think it's the reversible, side that you could pick, but
it's not reversible. Go back to that. Go back to the image before that.
It's got Spy Family on the spine.
That cover has this on the back, right?
Yeah. No.
So
the regular cover is this is the inside. Go back to.
He's saying this would be the back side of it if you were to reverse it.
Yeah, if you were to reverse it. Excuse me, I didn't clarify that.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. So,
but I thought that was what Green Line was saying. That he thought the back side would have the image, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm pretty sure his whole point is.
Let me just clarify my own point, okay? This piece of paper, the other side of it has go back. That on it, right?
Yes.
And those two images, right? So if you reversed it, yes, you would have the nice art that from the inside on the outside, but you'd have the shitty art from the back cover on the inside then. So you'd have like the barcode and shit on the inside when you open up the Blu-ray.
That's what you usually have.
And
so
you don't have the barcode and like all of the bonus feature image shit on the inside when you open up the Blu-ray case.
He's saying
it'd be covered by the discs anyway.
What he is saying,
yes, it would be covered by the disc somewhat.
Hold on. In the past, when a DVD would be released with a reversible cover, the other side would still often have the backing information and stuff. There were some that came out around the same time that are more like this, where it's like, yeah, you could reverse it because we put this on here, but it's not really the intention behind it. This is more just to be the inside art.
Yeah. which I wish we had gotten some of the
Okay.
inside art in general. Like we didn't get any with the Steelbook, unfortunately.
Yeah, by the way, that was his whole point. He just wanted more art. It didn't matter where it was placed on the standard edition. You just wanted more art because he got a goddamn Spy Family logo on the back and nothing else, right?
Okay, now we need to clarify because Reese is here. Reese, you're here, right?
Yeah.
What did we bet? Didn't we bet $10 on the cover of the Steelbook for
Season
Spy Family?
3, which isn't even aired yet.
Yeah, he bet that
Where
the
are you
image.
lost at?
He bet that the image we were looking at that looks something, or you guys are looking at that looks
Something
somewhat like
this.
this,
Yeah.
would be the art on the season 3 box set
Standard
cover.
edition to match this one.
And you
all
bet
the standard
$10
ones-
Canadian, and Reese bet $10 US.
All right.
That's the conversation we had. That happened off podcast, didn't it? Like this is like nobody's even following. All right.
So,
anyway.
Reese, you got that? You got the insert with the
No,
Anya
that's
reaching for the stars.
that's the thing I got from the movie theater.
Yeah.
Okay, I
going
was
to
like,
saw-
what? You got that in the Blu-ray? I got that from the
No,
movie.
I just said like, you went and saw it. I was wondering if
Yeah.
you had gotten this as well, because I thought you had, but maybe not.
Yeah.
But I put that into my copy of the movie since I got it from when I went and saw the movie in theaters.
Right.
Boy, that timeout didn't seem to last very long, did it?
Oh, yeah, he does have it.
Cool. That's good.
Apologies.
Oh
yes,
my
I do have
God.
it because
It was like a cool transition fade.
I think I could have sworn I put it in pickups, but I could be mistaken because I did. And then I did went and saw the film when it did come out in theaters because I made a comment to Reese about like a funny moment that I really enjoyed,
we
but
were
a lot
both
of
talking
people-
about. I was like, oh yeah, they went that far. Huh?
Yeah. But I'm sure that there's a lot of
Luigi
people
is
who
for
wouldn't
Reese. Okay. Oh my
enjoy
god.
it.
Oh, Seb, I understand. Oh, okay. Then you went on to Scooting. I pictured the Mario character or the assassin. I didn't picture the asshole. I pictured both of those. All right. JT Vega ordered the Ghost in the Shell. What's OGT? OGTV?
OST maybe? Did he mean OST?
No, he's got to mean standalone complex, maybe? Like OGTV? I don't know what you mean.
season 1?
JT Vega clarify.
Because G's not very close to S on the keyboard, right? Anyway, all right. Let's move past this, guys. Let's catch up here.
Sorry, apologies.
All good.
I just
All good.
Are we covering that one Spy Family thing with the art or no? Probably not. Never mind.
I think we probably are because it's not. Oh, wait. No, because we said like season 3, it's expected at this point or something. Okay, he's just standalone complex. Cool. All right. So, in Kickstarter news, I was made aware from Mirage Leonardo. Pardon my coughing, guys. I should have done this show earlier when it wasn't my sundowning like freaking Joe Biden over here, where I get more ill as time goes on. But yeah, there's this documentary coming out here called TerrorBytes. And I want to just kind of show you guys just a little bit about it. Let me share it with audio.
Or this trauma.
Putting that through the horror lens, dialing it up to 11.
And of course, I always love the viscera.
I think I got killed.
There are quite a few high-profile people in it.
Seeing
The pause button. Like the beginning of video games.
the
Vocalist from
explosion of the
Slipknot.
video game. Arius.
Rory Taylor.
Video
That was
games
a
are gambling instead of
Kiyobinbo showed up there a second ago.
The label survival horror came in '96. Resident
Right.
Evil, Biohazard.
It's a
John
scary
Carpenter
game.
again.
But then everyone tried to understand what was the precursor.
Now we were like, we really got to finish this thing. We were scared to death.
And then there's Akira Yamaoka again, the composer for Silent Hill.
Thing to write.
A lot of different individuals show up. I saw, I think
There, my friend go
Play.
I think James Rolfe was in here too,
let's
Oh my god, I got
ourselves.
somewhere in here. Anyway, yeah.
my name is
I shall scroll through and we'll find him. Just to confirm real quick. I'm pretty sure he was in it. Dear Lord. There he is.
Yeah, I mean that was pretty rough for back then.
Right.
Scariest game in the arcade.
So it just seems like an interesting collection of people talking about horror games, and sort of like the transition as they evolved from, the first, sprite-based games into the more advanced stuff that we're sort of getting to today. So pretty cool. And as I don't know if you saw that, but it looked like they had stuff from Silent Hill 2 Remake, indicating to me that they're going all the way to like modern day, right? Like it's going to be a pretty interesting thing. It is going to be split into 5 episodes. What's up?
Randy and
Nothing,
he
just
should have
continue.
taken- Randy admitted he should have paid attention earlier. He says he's giving my $10, Randy.
but we don't. Season 3 hasn't come out yet. So there is a.
I'm not handing it over. I'm just getting it ready because I'm probably going to hand it over.
So there's an actual physical release for it and stuff, right? Blu-ray and everything. So if you guys were interested in this, you guys can check it out. It's in the doc. We'll probably talk about it again one more week from now, or so, maybe 2. We'll see. And then another thing that got shared hasn't even started yet. It was Seed of Nostalgia. Now, I'm going to show you guys this trailer because it looks fucking incredible. But I want a game that feeds my nostalgia. I don't want a game that tells me it's going to do that. You know what I mean? Like, just make it a goddamn game that feels like something I could have played on the Super NES that I rented from Blockbuster. Don't say, hey, I'm going to scratch that nostalgia itch for you over and over in a pandering way. But legitimately, it does look pretty cool, so I'll still show it.
The first step in the game should be to rent a Super Nintendo.
Like, that looks pretty good, right? You okay?
Sorry, trying not to cough.
Cough all you need to, because it's going to be a long night coughing with both of us in bed. Get it out. Just get it out of your system now, yeah.
Try not to be disruptive.
Anyway, this looks pretty legit to me in terms of like scratching the itch, and the art, like the aesthetic to it is pretty cool for the most part. Yeah, rain on those bastards. That'll show them. All right. Anyway, oh God, these are just so, like, there's just so much character to these towns and stuff. I really like it. Anyway, this hasn't launched yet. It's going to launch April 7th. We'll look at it again in the future. Congratulations, Reese. 10 maple leaves can buy a pack of gum.
Well, definitely by the time I hand it over, no guarantees the valuation will stay the same.
Yeah, it looks like a mix of Lunar and Chrono Trigger. Yeah, I agree. This style with like the water and everything reminds me of Chrono Trigger. The settings remind me of Breath of Fire. Like, that's the thing that I'm kind of digging about it, is it's like a mix between Chrono Trigger and Breath of Fire. Some of the combat reminds me of Chrono Cross, which I think is really interesting. Yeah, I'm cool with it. I think it looks like a good game. Anyway, moving past this. All right. Let's talk about this. Years of East-West Japan rivalry decided, as McDonald's officially refers to itself as McDo. Yeah. I feel so vindicated. Since the dawn of fast food in Japan, a large rift between the population has constantly threatened to tear the country apart. I'm talking, of course, about how people in the eastern Kanto region call McDonald's Maku, whereas people in the western Kansai area give it the nickname Makudo. Personally, as a Kansai resident, I always knew Kansai was in the right here, but for some reason, Kanto hard-headedly clung to the sinking ship that is Maku. I mean, come on. It lacks key information about the name. How am I supposed to know if they're talking about McDonald's, MacGyver, McGill University, Macbeth, McAfee antivirus software? Context? Who's got time for that? Well, it matters no longer, as McDonald's subtly put an end to the controversies once and for all. In a recent promotional video for their shaker fries, which featured Hatsune Miku, of course. The video, made in honor of Miku Day, the 9th of March, featured the pixelated pixie singing a little ditty about flavored French fries.
Did
about
you say
40
a ditty?
Yep, a ditty.
Have to arrest him.
About 49 seconds into the song, Miku sings the line, "Try going to Makudo." Now, having the star power of Hatsune Miku in the Makudo faction is devastating enough to the Maku proponents. But even more damning is that this video is posted on the official social media accounts of McDonald's Japan. I mean, just for the record, this says Makudonarudo. In the past, McDonald's has been careful not to take sides in this controversy and even released different versions of the same commercial. What?
I was gonna say I thought maybe that they would release two versions of this commercial, but it's
yeah, well, maybe they have, because this video is not available in my location, right? So maybe they've locked it only to Kansai, right? And the other one is only for Kanto. In the past, McDonald's has been careful not to take sides in this controversy and even released different versions of the same commercial to air with the corresponding nickname and region. However, since the song has been posted on the internet, it is intended for national consumption and is ipso facto telling the nation as a whole that they are Makudo and they are proud of it. And with that small but decisive proclamation, there was much rejoicing on the internet. While a few
all McDonald's has to do to fix this is the next one put out and call themselves Maku, and then like the other side, Kanto area will be like, see, I told you.
Yeah, and then Diddy's gonna send an assassin to kill Biggie. Hatsune Miku, right? Got to send a message. Who's right on the streets? In the past, McDonald's has been careful not to take sides, right? And with that small but decisive proclamation, there was much rejoicing on the internet, while a few Maku diehards tried to cling to their remaining shreds of hope and specious reasoning. Specious,
yeah.
Specious. Oh. Sorry. Quote, the Maku are defeated, lol. Well, we all knew this anyway, right? Fine. Then I guess we're calling it the Big Makudo now. Miku has just made me... Wait, what? Oh, my shit list. I read that as Miku has just made me slip my wrist. But hey, call them Maku shakes. They call them Maku shakes. But that's because it's the McShake, not the McDonald's shake. Makudo just sounds ugly, though. Maku sucks. It's even listed as MCD in the New York Stock Exchange. A Maku is a computer. These abbreviations are usually 4 characters, so how about Makudona? The last comment makes a fair point in that a lot of Japanese abbreviations are shrunk down to 4 Japanese characters, like Insuta for Instagram, Famicom for NES, which was the family
computer.
Is that what it was? Family computer?
Yep.
Or Sabusuku subscription. However, restaurant names do tend to be 3, such as Misudo for Mr. Donut, Kenta for KFC, and Sutaba for Starbucks. So it looks like no further discussion on the matter is needed. McDonald shall henceforth be known as Makudo. I mean, technically, Maku is also 3 letters because it's Ma, small tsu, and then ku in order to make it Makku instead of Makudo.
They have a spelling mistake there.
Which one?
It's Famicom M, not Famicom.
Well, in Japanese, it would be written with n. Like how in Japanese, the word for newspaper is shinbun, but it's often written as shimbun.
Well, is computer computa? I guess it. I don't know. Anyway,
I'm just saying
most people write it.
They don't have a symbol that represents They have a symbol that represents which in Japanese is kind of like the L and R thing, where it's sort of halfway between M and N. Anyway. So it looks like no further discussion on the matter is needed. McDonald shall henceforth be known as Makudo across Japan, and anyone caught calling it Maku will be punished to the fullest extent of the law regarding such matters. Hopefully now the nation can begin to heal. If only it was that easy to stop people from burning Teslas to the ground. All right. This happened. This tragedy occurred. This thing I can't show you happened. The trailer for the CW's live-action Powerpuff Girls series from Diablo Cody leaked online, and it is worse than you could possibly imagine. I'll just remind you that Chloe Bennett here, the actress who was playing Blossom, ditched after recording the pilot, knowing for a fact this was going to be a fucking train wreck. And she got as far away from it as possible. Good for her. And I can't even believe they cut a fucking trailer. It's so bad. I can't show it to you. But if you go in the doc, there is a link to it on archive.com. You can yes. The DMCAs on it have been legendary, so I can't show it to you. But again, go to the doc. Anyway, it looks pretty terrible. And I just wanted to preface this awful CW show before walking into this one. Thanks to the success of One Piece, CBS has greenlit a live action Claymore series from the Hero star and Netflix's Death Note co-producer Masaoka. It's a project that's yeah, I think it will.
No, I like it.
Yeah. I think it's going to be the perfect excuse to cast an entire sorority of girl bosses and make the wokest bullshit possible. That's what I foresee. Just so you guys have any of you, I'm sure you haven't, but have any of you read Claymore or seen the anime?
I've watched it.
Okay, because I read the manga in high school. Yeah, it's been a very long time. I think I probably own, I could even pull it up and tell you, but I want to say I own like the first 9 or 12 volumes of it. Legitimately, normally I like watching anime as opposed to reading manga. Really good read though. Like honestly, it is effectively Berserk if Guts was a woman, but the actual storyline of it's not like, girl bossing around with, women kicking guys across the room. It's the character, like the actual story is structured such that the characters are incredibly strong and able to wield these giant weapons and stuff as part of the in-series lore. So it works perfectly in the manga. I really think they're going to not understand the source material when they try to make the live action. So anyway, it's a project that will almost certainly end in flames. And yet an absolutely baffling development has been CBS Studios giving an official development order to a live action television adaptation of Norihiro Yagi's dark fantasy manga Claymore from the co-producer of Netflix's Death Note film Masaoka. The series will be developed in a partnership between CBS, the original manga's publisher Shueisha, and the production house Propagate Content. That's funny. I gave my wife my keys, and my headphones must have come off of them in the process. I need to make sure she gets those back. Anyway, the last of whom boasts a TV track record that includes, now tell me if you heard of any of these, and tell me if you think that this means that this show is going to not be shit. History Channel's History's Greatest Mysteries with Lawrence Fishburne, or Netflix's Untold and Hulu's 4-part Hillary Clinton documentary titled Hillary. Wow. Did I call it on the girl bossing or what? Like, I can't possibly imagine this not being a trash fire. Further, while the series head writer has yet to be found, the search is said to be underway. CBS's decision comes amid a renewed interest in live-action manga adaptations following the success of Netflix's One Piece. Netflix's One Piece was a success because the people who worked on it, unlike the Cowboy Bebop live action, cared more about the source material than their political bullshit message. Okay?
It's unfortunate about that.
CBS is not going to be able to divorce themselves from the message when they're hiring the creators of a 4-part Hillary Clinton documentary. Not even a little bit. Not even a little. Not even 1 minute into the show is it not going to be trash, right? To this end, the series will apparently attempt to preserve the action and complex moral dilemmas of the original manga and the anime TV series. However, as anyone who has actually read the manga or watched its 2007 anime adaptation may have already realized, this assurance will be exceptionally hard for CBS to follow through on, given the manga's actual content. Claymore drops readers into a medieval fantasy setting wherein humankind are regularly preyed upon by the Yoma, a species of human mimicking shapeshifters whose inhuman strength and speed makes them practically undefeatable to the average individual. So imagine a cross between Berserk and Blood the Last Vampire, right? So instead of Guts, you have a female lead who's very similar to Guts, but without all of the brooding atmosphere, I guess, on top of it, right?
Without as much like trauma.
Trauma, yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a bit of trauma for the character for sure, but don't get me wrong, but just not in the same sort of way. My daughter is screaming like she's dying. My wife is with her, and my wife isn't yelling for me yet. So, I lost my train of thought. Yeah. So, cross Berserk with Blood the Last Vampire. The Yoma are basically the Chiropteran, right? But they're more intelligent by a margin, and they're way bigger and stronger, right? Anyway. So they're regularly preyed upon by the Yoma, a species of human mimicking shapeshifters whose inhuman strength and speed makes them practically undefeatable to the average individual. Enter the series' eponymous Claymores, an all-female group of Yoma-human hybrids who wield the demonic abilities granted to them by their unique DNA in defense of humanity, cutting down any and all Yomas who they happen to come across. So if I remember correctly, I believe their unique DNA is that they're like half Yoma, right? They have like, they're created through like an injection of Yoma blood into their bloodstream or whatever. Something to that effect. It's been a long time since I read it. But of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Oh, remember how we always joke about the pubes? Footnum.
Sorry, what?
It happened.
Balls in your cook for them.
It happened.
What happened?
There's a pube in the scan.
Oh my god!
Right? Did that just make your whole month? You know?
That looks
Yes.
like a nose hair.
I feel like I've accomplished everything I need in life now.
I could die happy. Right? Anyway, so there's no such thing as a free month, and the women's constant dancing with their Yoma heritage makes them vulnerable to a process called awakening, which occurs when they succumb to their lesser halves and results in them becoming even more violent and sadistic than their natural born counterparts. So basically, the way it works is they use the power of the Yoma to fight the Yoma, but if they are brought to the brink of death and need to pull more of that power, it can go over a tipping point and turn them into Yoma, right? So that's what's happened in this shot here. Is one of Claire's comrades, like in the battle that they're basically everybody's going to die, they're losing. She goes over the edge, and then they have to fight her as well after she destroys the person they were fighting. But it's like, now we have to deal with you as well, and you're even stronger than the thing we were fighting, you know? Notably, it is this threat of awakening that has led the Claymore's all-female ranks, as the transformation brings with it a feeling of sexual gratification so intense that men are quick to forgo their humanity in order to chase it.
I don't remember that part.
Yeah, I don't remember that part either, but I bet that's some lore dropped way later in the series when the little kid that she like rescues in
When
the beginning,
Rocky turns into a Chad.
Yeah. I can't hold back. With that all in mind, does one really trust a Western television network to handle the series' sexual and violent themes with any sort of respect? Or even accurately cast the light-haired, pale-skinned series lead Claire? Ding, ding, ding. Right? Like, that's going to be hard. It's admittedly possible, but honestly, the odds are more unfavorable than those facing anyone who wishes to take on the brutal trials required to join the ranks of the Silver-Eyed Witches, which is what the characters are called in the series. So I feel very with One Piece, I was optimistic. Like, I was legitimately. Where are you going?
Was that sound coming from your mic?
Yeah, that's that. My wife just moved the car. The belts are making it. Oh, she's probably moving it so my kids can play in the driveway. Okay, never mind. Anyway, I just was weird because my kids were like in the front yard playing, and then my wife just drove away. I was like, "What? What? No, I can't have you do that." Anyway, yeah. So I was really optimistic about One Piece, and I think that optimism paid off. Or like I wasn't disappointed.
Speaking of that optimism, there's a article in the private chat that we can do next.
Okay, let's do it. I did see that you shared something about this. To complete that thought, I'm not optimistic about Claymore, even though I actually really like that, and I had never watched One Piece before this. One Piece showrunner Matt Owens steps down. In a social media message, he says he's leaving the show to focus on his mental health. Do you think Doge got him? Do you think Netflix saw the writing on the wall with DEI and they're like, just fire every black person? They just couldn't understand what was actually being decried. Matt Owens, who has guided Netflix's live-action One Piece series through its first 2 seasons, has announced he's leaving the show. In an Instagram post Friday, Owens wrote that he is leaving the show to focus on myself and my mental health. Question, One Piece fans. Is it possible that season 3 is where Yamato would be showing up?
No.
And he or something that the woke itch was there, and perhaps Netflix said, no, we ain't doing that. And he said, no, for my mental health.
I mean, season 2 already is going to have, well, no, I guess it would be season 3.
That has the Rocky Horror Picture Show guy?
No, he's not in it yet. But okay. Meister 2. Meister 2 will be in, I don't think he'll be in season 2, but he'll be in season 3. I don't think they get to Alabasta in season 2. I think it's going to end on Drum Island.
Okay.
Maybe. With Chopper.
So you think this character might be one of the ones where they would have like trouble?
Meister 2 is literally like, he's an effeminate guy, and he's a Kamabaka, like he's like a worshiper of the Rocky Horror Picture Show guy.
Okay. Yeah. So I wonder if he's like, I want a trans actor, and they said, no. Right. Yeah. Well, what for my mental health? I don't know.
The other weird thing that I didn't actually know until more recently is there's Meister 2, there's there's Meister 1, Meister 3, all of these Meisters and then a number.
Mm-hmm.
All of the females in the group are named after holidays. So that's why Robin is called
Miss All
Sunday.
Yeah,
Miss All Sunday. I forget all the rest of them. Anyway,
Miss Merry Christmas, like Miss Valentine.
They're all named after holidays.
Mm-hmm.
Meister 2 is also named after a holiday. Bon Kri is his holiday name. So he has the male version of the nickname with Meister 2 and the female version of the nickname as Bon Kri. And that got translated as Bon Clay in English.
Oh.
And and so it kind of lost its holiday meaning. I don't even know what the hell Bankuri is, but it's apparently his holiday. And his actual name is definitely going to escape me, but you can Google it. And so neither of those are his actual name. So he says he's like a guy and a girl, and he is also the only one that doesn't have, like, all of the other Mr. 1, Mr. 3, all of them, they all have a female counterpart. He doesn't. He is by himself. So he is both the Mr. 2 and the Bankuri together in one.
Yeah. Interesting.
I think at one point he even says he is like, he says directly, like, I am both man and woman. So I could see there being issues with that character and Netflix's adaptation.
Let me catch up on some of these chats because I have done a horrible job. I'm sorry.
Bentham, that's his name. Bentham.
Maybe if we were like a Japanese, would be so offended. Okay. I'm guessing this is about Claymore. Maybe if we're lucky, the Japanese will be so offended by this that we'll get a good anime remake out of spite. That'd be great, honestly. I felt when I watched the anime like it was a low-budget show masquerading as a high-budget show. And what I mean by that is it seemed like there wasn't a lot of actual animation happening, but there were a lot of post effects like lens flare and stuff that made it seem higher fidelity than I think it actually was. And so I was kind of skeptical as I was watching in the beginning. You know, and anytime you watch something that's based on a source material you're familiar with, you're going to have a different experience than going in blind. But by the end of the series, I was really hooked, and I was disappointed that it ended where it did because I wanted more. You know, like it started to get real fucking good right where it ended. And then it gave you one of those like, come on, go read the manga. I'm like, I read it. I'm past this part. You know. Anyway, I've seen Claymore. I have the Blu-ray. It's women that get injected with demon blood to fight demons. Yep, pretty much. End of the anime around Northern Campaign. Nikkei and so many others stole Claymore's premises. Claymore are like Africanized bees. Yeah, I guess so. Rocky was getting hit on by Claire. He saved Claire from getting awakened in the anime. Yeah, I kind of remember that a little bit. Making non-woke content damaged his mental health.
To be fair, I would think that Owens would be on the side of making him as least trans as possible. Maybe that's... I feel like he was trying to look out for One Piece fans.
I think so too. Yeah, so it could be the opposite. It could be that that Netflix is trying to come in and fuck it up very easily. Could be. I mean, look at what happened with The Witcher, right?
Look at what happened with season 1. The fucking producer was bragging about getting Oda to change shit, and for the worst, in my opinion. Everything they changed was for the worst. And he's out there bragging like, oh yeah, I got him to put Garp in there early and Arlong early, and like this really changes it and makes it more like, no, it doesn't. Get out of here. What are you doing?
I don't know. I thought it was great having Garp come in early. I thought that he was a great character and really brought a full, you know. Am I getting texts right now?
Yeah, I mean, I've said my issue.
I mean, that probably speaks to how the character is has been written. Like in
the
general,
character was fine,
like if you
and
just
you can
shove him and superimpose him where he doesn't belong. It's like,
no, I'm just saying
repercussions later.
You could introduce him, but the problem was at the very end when he shows up on Nami's home island and the whole thing about like trying to like chase down Luffy and be the antagonist. That whole thing was stupid.
So I made it a point with the One Piece live action because it's the only live action that's been made so far for which I could do this, to watch it first before watching the show, the anime show, right?
Yeah.
And so when I watched it, I liked the interaction between Luffy and Garp the whole way through. I thought he was a great character that I enjoyed seeing on screen. He kind of reminded me of Ser Davos from Game of Thrones and whatnot. So I haven't gotten to the part where he really makes an appearance in the anime yet, like a major, like more than just like being seen, kind of thing. So I might change my mind once I do get there, but I'm not planning to get there until we watch this for the Watch Club. When season 2 comes out.
It'll be a long time before you get there in the anime.
Okay. So anyway, he says here, Hollywood Reporter says in the Instagram post Friday, Owens wrote that he is leaving. By the way, yeah.
Part.
Sorry, I meant to say that eCastro was pointing out Mr. 2 as well. Mr. 2 would get woke, profiled hard. Mr. 2 is pretty hard boiled in his actual scenes in the manga, though. I could see the live action really messing it up. Anyway, so
skip to the Owens after the break there, because they're just reading the Instagram post, and it's better just to read the whole Instagram post.
Yeah, is this where? Oops,
it's at the bottom.
This is right here.
Yeah.
So this is what he had to say. The last 6 years working on the live action One Piece have been a life-changing journey, a dream come true. It's also been a lot. So I'm stepping off the Going Merry to take a break and focus on myself and my mental health. Thank you so much to Oda, Shueisha, Tomorrow Studios, Netflix, and the entire cast and crew for your trust, partnership, and hard work. For now, I'm going to take a breath, do some therapy, try and rank up in Marvel Rivals, and come back refreshed for the new adventures that await. So it kind of, what kind of a statement is this? Like, why would you even need to say this? First of all, it sounds like he's saying he's going to come back refreshed for season 3, but if that were the case, he wouldn't need to make this statement at all. Like, it really seems like he's leaving the show, and that's how I think the Hollywood Reporter is interpreting it, right?
I think he's worded it in a way that if he came back later, it would that door is open.
True.
But it does seem the way he says, like, what adventures await kind of implies that he is going a different direction later on.
The One Piece was the mental health issues we developed along the way. Right?
I guess he didn't want to close the door, but then it was like, well, let's see how season 3 does. And if it doesn't do as well, maybe you'll come back and hire me for season 4.
Maybe. I don't know.
I think he has done work on season 3 already, because I think they were like working on it roughly with season 2. I don't know how much.
It seems like it's been over a year since. Easily, it's been over. Like season 1 must have been like 2023, right?
Yeah, it was a while ago. I think it was a while ago, but
I feel like they're really far behind now for releasing season 4. I'm sorry, season 2.
Season 2, yeah.
But then again,
Oda,
fuck is Stranger Things? Holy shit!
Yeah,
right. Like,
they also took a long time with the season 1 because Oda is very picky, and
these actors are only going to get older though. Like they're just going to naturally move right into the time skip.
It was August of 2023 first season.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, so I think they are working, because they've announced casting for things that would only be cast in season 3. So I think they were working somewhat on season 3, but I don't know how much he worked on season 3 and how much they'll keep once he's gone, right? So
right. The BP dash man. Sorry, I gotta log in real quick. Got it. Anyway, any more chats on this? Matt Owens, I think very possible. It's funny too, because it's like CBS is like, well, after One Piece success, we're gonna do Claymore then, and it's like Netflix might be like, yeah, we're canceling One Piece. It's too expensive. Oh, excuse me, too expensive now. Anyway. All right, moving past this. Cat's Eyes anime is debuting September 2025. So this is important. First of all, as we've talked about before, it's coming out on Disney Plus, but it looks like we're actually getting a hand-drawn anime, whereas previously it seemed like we might be getting a 3D anime that looked like dog shit. I don't know what that was about.
Well, but because it was the teaser had a bunch of 3D animation.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that it might be something like Lupin the First.
Well,
perhaps like if it
but
was
it wasn't. It wasn't at that level, right? It was.
Right.
Yeah.
But this is confirmation that it is 2D. It's done by the same studio that's doing Call of the Night. Looks great.
Did Call of the Night get a dub?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it does look pretty good.
Because the original, does the original Cat's Eye have a dub?
No.
No.
Okay. So this would be the first Cat's Eye dub then.
Just watch. This was a highlight reel of all the 2D scenes, and
anyway, on top of that, we've got One Piece anime sales back on the screens with double episode. Special will also air recapping the Egghead arc. So this is fan letter, or this is the thing you thought was fan letter originally?
Yeah. So this is separate from the two things you just mentioned. They're also doing a spin-off based off of the novel book. You're gonna have to help me with the name. I forget what it is. One Piece in Our Hearts or something like that. Anyway, and that's what I thought fan letter was. It's about a bunch of people that like One Piece. And when they announced fan letter, I thought that's what it was, but fan letter was something else. Anyway, so yeah, they're bringing that out, and it's going to be like short form content in like TikTok style, like vertical reels type situation.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was the reason I put this here. Yeah, so these episodes are vertical format. Like you're gonna watch this on they're short episodes that are vertical format that you're gonna watch on your phone.
Yeah, and but that's separate from the 2 episodes coming back. Like they're 2 episodes coming back are the new episodes after the break, after they've come back from their break.
So the point here though is that this kind of like it shows that the industry is moving in the direction of, well, we reach people on their phones and we don't reach them on their DVD player, so that's kind of disheartening.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope. The door is slowly being cracked open towards.
Right.
Well,
you're
I mean,
gonna be watching on your
this thing, I forget what the name of the book is. Scroll up. It's probably mentioned above this. One Piece in Love. Yeah. So One Piece in Love was the book that they're turning into these shorts, and like the One Piece in Love thing was like basically like a throwaway promo volume of just like things to like, hey, let's promote One Piece. So I can see that being converted into like mini shorts on TikTok to promote One Piece. Like that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna get rid of like anime and move all of it to vertical.
Of course not. They're not gonna deliver anime at Facebook Reels, as a marketing strategy long term. I'm just saying that I think that we're finally moving away from, we're moving away from like a peripheral needed to enjoy content to now it's on the thing that is basically designed for streaming, and I just don't think that is a good omen, so to speak. All right, Doc is updated with that other article in there now. All right, so
the real bad omen will be when desktop monitors go vertical.
Oh, that's gonna suck. So, in other news, Rachel Zegler says Disney's Snow White will help fight prejudice and race division in a magazine interview that once more ties Disney film into her personal politics. So just a reminder, early on in this, the whole controversy started when she was asked about Snow White, and they made reference to the 1930s cartoon one, and she talked about it being like rapey and no consent and all that weirdness over the prince kissing Snow White to wake her from the spell or whatever. In addition, dwarf actors are planning to protest outside of Disney Studios over Snow White exclusion. Does Disney's commitment to inclusion end at little people? And Rachel Zegler's Snow White movie story spoiled by the British Board of Film Classifications, quote, trigger warnings.
Mhm.
Wow. Disney's woke Snow White is slapped with trigger warnings about a, quote, woman deliberately poisoned and a girl surrounded by ominous trees.
Good God.
I like
Trigger
The
warning.
amount of
This
time-
movie has ominous trees. Like
The amount of times that I've watched something personally that's had ominous trees without disclosing has been shocking. So
Yeah.
I am glad for one
for
that
once,
they've included
yeah.
this.
I think the only way they could have saved this movie is if they brought the rape trees from Evil Dead in here.
Yes. Agree.
What if
Anyway.
what if they like what if the ratings board was like trigger warning, finding out that Bruce Willis was dead in The Sixth Sense is very traumatizing. Like
Spoilers. Why am I echoing now? What the fuck is that about? All right, I
don't know,
changed
I
the
don't
site
hear it.
identity.
Optimist. Okay. Guys, be optimistic. Monitors can be oriented vertically. Yes, the problem is when it is
It's Reese. No, it's not Reese. Oh, huh.
it's you, buddy. When it's incentivized for monitor creators to make vertical, like not all
I'm gonna go take a
monitors.
leak.
I'm gonna,
Okay.
I'm gonna do that too.
I'm a fucking retard.
Not all monitors can be rotated, right?
Bro, it's not the
Um,
monitors that's the problem. It's the TVs. Like, imagine orienting your TV vertically. That would be hilarious in your living room.
Well, I mean that too. But my point is like some monitors can be rotated. Like you can rotate them, which is fine. If you want a vertical thing and they rotate, that's fine. The problem is when they start making ones that can't rotate, and it's like, this is all we got.
You're acting like that's going to be a new feature. It's the old monitors that can't do that you currently would have.
Yeah, but so if they start making new ones that can't rotate but are stuck vertically, right? And that's the only thing they offer is here we're selling vertical monitors that are stuck vertical and you cannot turn them horizontal. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Is Snow White set in Silent Hill? I don't think so. Although, I mean, scary trees, you know, we just need a lake. Disney Snow White is worse than Dragon Ball Evolution in the IMDb ratings. Well, it does look pretty worse. There is a correction that has to be made, apparently. Although, I mean, this could be incorrect as well, but I don't think it is. Those like frolicking people in the field that we thought were dwarf stand-ins or like stand-ins for the CGI dwarves turn out to be actually in the movie. They are separate characters from the dwarves. They are the 7 magical bandits or something, and they're in the movie. So one of the magical bandits is actually a dwarf, but the dwarves aren't actually dwarves.
So I was muting you guys one by one, trying to figure out who is echoing. And of course, it's me because I went to the website to change our site identity to may contain ominous trees. And the freaking stream is playing on the homepage. I'm fired. Sorry. All right. I think people who watch the stock market use their monitors vertically. Maybe. Is Snow White set in Silent Hill?
It's also for like coding and stuff, right, Randy?
Sorry, for what? What's for coding?
Putting your monitor vertically.
I mean, what if you are coding, it can help. It's
See
more
lines at once.
Yeah, it's more space efficient.
So
and chats on YouTube.
Yes.
Haikyu second anime film reveals first teaser trailer and art. Oops. God, when is this series going to end?
Isn't this supposed to be like the last thing?
It is, right? Like I feel like I've invested a lot in collecting this thing, and I'm like, all right, guys, that's enough. That's enough. Yeah, no, I gotta say though, I actually really like the show. I would say that if you haven't checked it out, it is worth watching. It's not as good as the first Slam Dunk movie, but it's pretty close, right? Like it's a really fun watch to see. I mean, I don't give a shit about volleyball, but this show will make you give a shit, right? So that's pretty good. I would recommend it. Anyway, moving past that for the sake of time here. Let's here we go. We're into anime news.
Yeah.
Open them all.
Did you guys address this one from Mirage? And anime on Disney.
That is not Mirage.
Or Mirage. Jesus Christ, Luigi.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Mirage. I did you dirty. Mirage, I am sorry. Forgive me this absolute disservice.
I didn't address this one because it was so retarded that I didn't want to bother. But go ahead.
This is not the first time anime has been on Disney Plus in Japan.
Yeah.
This is Disney Plus in Japan. This is not the first time that anime has been on Disney Plus in Japan.
Yeah. Like, let's talk a little about freaking Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War as well.
Tokyo
right?
Revengers.
Yeah.
I think,
come on, man.
I think Ishura might be on there.
Yeah,
this
Ashura?
is all stuff.
Yeah.
Ishura.
Is it Ishura or Ashura?
ISH.
Is it? Okay. I'll believe you. I don't know.
But these stream on Hulu over here in the States.
Yeah. But they are made in Japan, by Japan, and for Japan, as you are complaining
Disney
about.
just happens to be the streaming service.
Yeah,
it
Disney
could be
just
put on
happens to
Netflix.
be the one who was willing to pay the most to have the rights to host it, so that they would get sales to their platform. Like, it's not that hard. It's amazing how much people will get angry about stuff just because they can't use their
Pay
brain.
attention.
All right. With that in mind, last podcast you guys talked about Turkey, Time to Strike, an anime about bowling.
Oh, they added the subtitle to it?
Yes. So now
Like,
there's some key art that's been released. And I bet you can't guess what it's about because, quite frankly, the only thing about this that screams I'm a bowling anime is the pin and ball in the fucking logo. Like, this is such a strange. It's like freaking Weathering with You. Like,
it's like the.
Oh, I see the bowling theme. It's in the corner if I squint really hard.
yeah, like right up here. I
No,
was looking
you
at
guys
it.
don't understand. See, they're all pins, and you got to imagine someone striking the ball so fast that all
they
the
got
pins
the
get
cloud is
shot
the
into the
aftermath.
air.
So I was looking and I'm like, are they wearing bowling shoes? Maybe.
The girl on the top looks
really
like a
tell.
PNG that was just thrown on top for some reason. Like she's
Compared to the
actually
others?
standing on the pavement or something and they rotated her left.
Yeah, maybe. Huh. Maybe it's because she's for some reason being lit from below. Because like, there's the dark side of her is up where the sun would be,
Damn.
right? Compared to these other characters who have the light Oh, maybe if the sun's over here, and that it's her.
The
casting
one
a
at the
shadow.
bottom has the sun shining from the left, but the clouds have the sun shining from the right.
Unforgivable. Can't watch it now. Can't even get the sun right. All right, moving past that. Teogonia TV anime reveals a second trailer. Heavy. What's that? Moribito? Heavy Moribito vibes. But you know what Moribito doesn't have? The villains in the Minecraft movie. The fucking hoglins back here. Like, yeah, so that's gonna be interesting, I guess. In other anime news, okay. It's a little weird to me how prevalent. Remember, we had that one time where we're like, seems like light novels have a lot of white-haired characters. If it's a girl and she's got white hair, it's a light novel adaptation, right? The new trend is bitch boy black dragons, right? Like a Gatherer's Adventure in Isekai TV anime adaptation now. So I see his little compadre, little black dragon here. This dragon exudes such gay energy too. What's this? A Tale of the Secret Saint anime reveals first teaser visual. Another gay black dragon. Hi.
Black red eyes gay dragon.
Blue eyes gay dragon.
Blue eyes gay dragon.
Yeah. And then the beginning after the end anime reveals an April 2nd premiere and a new trailer. Oh, I'm sorry. What is this? What? What could this be? Another gay dragon. What the fuck? I'm sorry. The number of gay black dragons is too damn high. You know? All right. Dekin no Mogura anime welcomes 3 new cast members. Now, this girl is like 11 going on full double D cup, right? Like a little strange. Also, the show's about fucking like, was she haunted by the boob demon? Like it's like a freaking Japanese ghost story. I don't understand. I can't die because I've been banned from the afterlife. What? All right. Over the last couple of weeks, we've been talking about how Japan just cannot fucking get a synopsis that makes you want to watch it, right? And I was bringing up how, like, in the 70s, we had, like, Alien with in space, no one can hear you scream. I can't die because I've been banned from the afterlife. You're getting there, Japan. That's pretty good. Like, it's not perfect, but that's pretty fucking good compared to what we've been looking at. I'll give you that. She's been banned from the small boobs having club. All right. Ruri Rocks TV anime finds hidden gems in the new trailer. So we looked at this previously. It's the anime about the rock enthusiasts.
See some boulders right there.
Yeah. So can't wait to learn about rocks.
All of a sudden, there's a rise in geology.
Can't wait to study these boulders while learning about minerals, right? All right. A ninja and an assassin under one roof. Anime reveals episode 1 additional cast. Kawaii, I suppose. We talked about this previously. This weapon, what is it called? The Kusarigama? Is that what we discussed, Randy? I think it was.
Sounds about right.
Anyway, so here's your sexy no ninjas. Anyway, also the Exiled Heavy Knight knows how to game the system. So this is that one that's coming out from Studio Gohands. We looked at it previously. The fidelity in it is almost off-putting. The amount of hair strands and stuff. But at the same time, it's like they've just hit that edge where it's like it's haunting. You're like, is it hauntingly gross or hauntingly beautiful? I can't quite tell yet. Somewhere in between, right? We kind of looked at this already. It's got a lot of like dramatic camera moves where you go underneath the fucking floor and it almost seems completely, in fact, it is completely goddamn unnecessary. And yet you're like right here, like this shit. Wow. Like what the fuck? Anyway, so
they're kind of biting off more than they can chew because they have so many goddamn hair strands that they're like, you know what, we can go with like less than half the amount of frames we were gonna do, and then it just kind of flops around.
Yeah, there's something about it that's just like really weird and like, but it's one of those things where it's like at the same time you just can't look away. Like, what's going on here? I don't like it, but also
remember,
I
this
can't
is the
blink.
studio that made Handshakers.
Yes. I mean, some of the animation is fucking awesome, but like choose wisely, right? You know.
I thought they did a pretty good job with Mirage Scramble.
Crazy.
That was probably just me.
It's a lot of camera
feels
movement there.
Are you sure it's not just the nudity Marduk Scramble? Isn't that Marduk Scramble the trilogy
Look, a broken clock is right twice a day. If you throw enough at the wall, it's gonna stick.
True.
I think at least they're not flying naked. I remember an old anime that opened that way. I can't remember the title. It was brain powered, huh? Oh, referring to Turkey. Nice, yeah. The quote should be, can't wait to get our rocks off. God damn it, Cool 2T. Join the fucking show already.
This is why we make no money, because all the super chatters become hosts. No.
That's true.
Isn't the show
Stay your lane, Cool T. Never mind.
the one where he goes back in time with the
Byston Well? Are you talking about Garcia's Wing?
Yeah, Garcia's Wing. That starts with him flying around naked, right?
Yep. On a goose.
Yeah.
The Unaware Atelier Meister anime previews, theme song, blah, 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 all that kind of crap. Here's some. No, that's like light blue, but that's also a dude. The point here, you've gotten distracted by the wrong thing, my friend.
Oh, yeah, the garter belt.
Because we've got the nun in the garter belt lingerie with the fucking like, wow, nice.
Yeah.
Approved. I like this religion.
I'd go to church for that.
This girl looks like she's improperly proportioned between that chest and that ass. This is the definition of a great ass can save having no tits, but doesn't matter how good your tits are. If you've got no ass, you can't be saved. Anyway, Apocalypse Bringer Mynoghra has this stuff, and what do you know? Something to look at again. You're welcome. Oh, more. Nice. Also, there's the sexy praying mantis. I don't fucking know.
Don't start that trend.
The Holy Grail of Eris. Them big titties. White Magician Exiled from the Heroes Party. Has 5 more cast members we're going to look at here. So there you go.
There's too much white power.
He does look master race level. Anyway, there's a couple more characters there. I'm the evil lord of Intergalactic Empire. Just make a note of these nice members of the cast here.
This is the one that my brother was like trying to rape me into reading because it's allegedly that good.
Why don't you let you rape him? Why didn't you let him
Brotherly
rape you into
rape.
reading
Sorry, what?
it? Why don't you just let him rape you into reading it?
Well, he just threw the book at me, and it's been sitting in my room for months.
Yusha Party Oidasareta Kiyobinbo. Wow. What a
Try
name.
that again.
Let's not. Let's find the English title. The Jack of all trades who was expelled from the Heroes Party. Yep. There's the. This is a necessary requirement in clothing. Bring it back, right? Whatever that is. The belt right under the tits. All right. Let this grieving soul retire. Anime second Cour.
It's a support.
Yeah.
This was a fun show.
Yeah. You know what's really fun about it is I don't even read that. Like this character. Wow.
Damn.
I didn't know you could fall in love in 4 panels. Really good one. All right, anyway.
She literally practically does it every time she goes to the MC. Like, take me now. It's just like.
All right, so there's also the Barbarian's Bride coming out. If you like schmaltzy romances featuring characters who shouldn't go together. Also, it's a pretty good beard for an anime beard. And yeah, the upper lip is a full mustache, right? Not sure how I feel about that, actually. We'll see. Anyway, yeah, there's a thing. I don't know what's going on with these planets. Serafina de Laviant, the strongest female knight in the West, was sent to subjugate the barbaric tribes of the East. But when her mission fails spectacularly, I think we've read this before, she's captured alive and imprisoned. Humiliated and dreading what horrific torture she'll endure, she asks to be put to death. To her surprise, rather than tearing her limb from limb, the tribe leader asks for her hand in marriage. Will Serafina face a cruel and abusive arranged marriage, or will she discover that these tribes aren't as barbaric as she was led to believe?
What I'm hearing is that this is just NTR.
I don't see how that came into the equation.
Who's the cuck, though?
Her other country. The country that she's from.
I mean, I don't see a better way to make peace than to marry the leader of the other country. Right?
What's NTR?
It's the Japanese term for like cuck fetish.
Oh.
Like it stands for netorare.
I thought NTR was another anime.
No.
I
Thank
mean,
God
yes.
it's not.
So innocent, so pure.
Yeah. We need to send him the song, Reese. I need to find the song.
There must be.
I thought it was like Welcome to the NHK or something.
There's at least like 4 dozen. About that. Not a half dozen. I read Grieving Soul and I see why Tino is an OCA favorite. Oh, nice.
Did you read this comment?
Yes. That was the thing about the falling characters that were nude that we already talked about. Yeah. All right. Original anime Virgin Punk reveals key visual. More cast members, right? So, again, this is from Uematsu, right? That's his name? Nobuo? No. What is his name? Uematsu. What's his first name? Yasuomi Uematsu. That's what it is. All right. Guy who made Kite and Mezzo Forte. So I gotta say, each one of these women exudes more main character energy than the actual main character.
Oof.
Right? In fact, every character here exudes more main character energy than the actual main character. Right?
Turns out they're all actually on screen more than the main character.
We'll see.
Isn't the first time that's happened.
Yeah, for sure. All right. I Want to Love You Till Your Dying Day anime adaptation announced. I hope you have a blood fetish.
Is she going to cause that dying day? Is that the gimmick?
I think so.
I think this is a Yuri series. So is that?
Do we need to get?
I
Oh dear
hope
God!
not.
Do we need to get her maxi pads? Is it? Oh, it's the time of the month. Oh dear God!
Death lurks behind a mysterious orphanage where children are trained to become magical weapons of war. Among them is Sheena, who longs to stop the fighting and end the conflict. On one gruesome night, Sheena meets a strange girl covered in blood with a smile on her face. The mysterious girl turns out to be a secret weapon, an immortal child soldier named Mimi. When the two become roommates, there is a growing tension and attraction. How will the peace-loving Sheena live with someone who welcomes death? All right. A wild last boss appeared. Anime delivered second. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, that's what it is. Yeah, I just thought these looked pretty cool, actually. So this is the poster. Aesthetically, I don't know how to explain it, but there's just like a certain aesthetic from like 90s anime that I feel like this is grasping in a way that shows haven't in a while. Like, I just think that these characters look really well drawn. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I think it looks pretty good. Anyway, moving past this, I left my A-rank party to help my former students reach the dungeon depths. Has part 2. Oh, I was going to say, like, why did I do that? All right. So I want to show you guys these characters here.
I feel like there's a dartboard that they have for different like visual novels and anime ideas, and we've just reached the point where it's like, okay, we need to. I left my party title, and they're just all hitting that at the same time.
So the new characters they have here are Niberune, Loge, and Mignella. Or Loge, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, so this is the girl, right? This is the old weirdo. Now, let me ask you. Where have you seen this character before?
One
in a
Piece.
Ghibli movie? Or one. But
Castle in the Sky.
yeah, I feel like she reminds me. Yeah. See, I said Ghibli movie. I just couldn't think which one.
It doesn't remind you of Dola from Castle in the Sky.
Oh shit! Is it?
Fucking is. Let me show you.
Fuck, you're right. Wait, is this
same chin, same nose, same hair?
But is it what
Built like a
name?
brick shit.
Yeah, what's her name though? Like it's not
her name in this is Mignella.
Okay.
In Castle
It's not
in the
the
Sky,
same
this character's
character.
name was Dola, but
Well,
there ain't
I
no
feel like
fucking way that's not the same character.
Like somebody
You gotta
must have been
show
watching
the
Castle in the Sky.
the
at
younger
some point.
version of her, though.
Captain Dola.
Because I think yes, the older version. This is obviously an older version, but like the costume is 100% inspired by the younger version.
You're talking about the one on the wall here.
She's got the headband and like the pirate outfit.
Called
Red pants. I mean, the shirt's inverted with the red and blue, or the white and blue, but
I mean, there's no fucking way that's not who this is supposed to be. Anyway. Giant Ojo-sama anime adaptation announced from Tatsunoko. Wow.
Is she an actual giant, or is it just referring to her giant?
She's an actual giant. See this little city block behind her?
Okay.
Cue some old pervert guy who, when she falls over, it's like, yes, sit on my face, giant lady. Yes.
Well, it's got to be super inconvenient when you're this big to have to take a shit. Be like, all right, I'm gonna take a dump in that volcano over there. You know, like, oh no. All right. Moving past this. Watari-kun's bleep is about to collapse anime. Must have met the Ojo-sama or whatever her name
Randy, did you check out the link I sent you in private chat?
yes.
So in Japanese, it's just 2 X's. In English, it's 6 asterisks, which tells me it's RECTUM, right? Watari-kun's rectum is about to collapse, right? That has to be
it.
What else could possibly fit there? You know, what other 6-letter words are there? In fact, you know? Naoto Watari has had his share of struggles. His parents died 2 years ago, and now he and his sister live in his aunt's house. His desire to protect his sister earned him notoriety as the guy with the sister complex, which never mattered to him, as his sister always came first. But when Satsuki, a childhood friend turned enemy, becomes his schoolmate, Naoto's ordinary life is thrown into chaos, and Satsuki may just be the beginning. L-O-L-I. No, not Lolicon. His V-I-R-G-I-N. His virgin is about to collapse. No, I think it's rectum. Anyway, Mirage QUEEN, Elegant Vacations anime movie releases main trailer and visual. Yeah, so Pegasus from Yu-Gi-Oh! Only a little bit of weirdness here. Can't not see this monstrosity with the little mustache. So not sure what's going to happen in this short ass movie with this Bara guy over here. All right, impressive Kashiwata and expressive Ota. Inexpressive Kashiwata and expressive Ota. So this is kind of one of those stories like kind of like Aharen or My Senpai is Annoying, but merged with sort of the ideas behind
Komi Can't Communicate.
Less about Komi Can't Communicate and more, what's that one, Tanaka-kun? My Neighbor Tanaka, or what, you know, the one that's like where he's always playing pranks.
Listless.
No, not Tanaka-kun is always the other one. My Neighbor Seki. Tonari no Seki-kun.
Tonari.
Yeah. No. Tonari no Seki-kun is the one I'm thinking of, where it's like, you know, or like maybe the maybe to a degree, what's the one with the really tan girl? You know what I'm talking about?
There's a lot of shows with a really tan girl.
Nagatoro.
Nagatoro.
Yeah, Nagatoro.
Old man, we need a Rape Man reboot. I'm here for it. Anyway, so the story here is that this guy is constantly like playing card games and stuff with this girl, but she doesn't show any expression at all. So like she has the perfect poker face because she just simply she might have like ataraxia or something, which is like a freedom from all predispositions, meaning like basically emotionless. Anyway, it seems like it could be a cute rom-com if you're into that. Oh. Why you do? Un momento, por favor, while I see if this is on Wayback Machine. Why did this get deleted? Any second now. Is it going to load? Let me double check. Yeah, that seems like a... Oh, no, I clicked on the green one. That's why it didn't load. Any second now. All right, anyway, we're skipping that one. Welcome to the Outcast Restaurant. So this is the really adorable one with the like father-daughter type dynamic, opening a restaurant together. Super cute. Adorable. Anyway. There's that. Okay. Please put them on. Takamine-san shares POV visual.
I got the one that you couldn't get. For some reason, it has a different one. Private
No,
chat.
don't worry about it. I'm not going to even do it. It's not
Okay.
important.
Breathe, Randy, breathe.
Oh, okay.
It's okay.
Okay. That's
It's okay.
her. Yeah, that is correct because that is actually her right leg. Yes. Okay. Wow.
Yellow is certainly a choice, though. I wouldn't have picked yellow or
Hmm.
bright green.
It is a choice, and it was the right choice. I wasn't thinking of it, but you're right. And then they nailed it. Anyway, yeah, so this is the story about the guy who has to put the panties back on the girl. Takane Takamine is the goddess of her high school with perfect grades, athletic prowess, and unrivaled beauty. This student council president is the apple of everyone's eye, including Koshi Shirota, a below-average student with no friends or social prospects whatsoever. But he'll soon find out the secret behind Takamine's unbelievable success, her underwear. When she strips, she can undo any of her past actions. And now that Koshi knows, Takamine won't let him off so easy. Anyway. In other news, Digimon Beat Break anime announced for October 2025.
Is this that weird webcomic thing
What
that's now becoming anime?
I think Venom turned into a Digimon for a second.
Yeah.
I digivolved. Sorry, guys.
So when you Digivolve, does your neck get longer or shorter?
I DNA digivolved
This
with someone
isn't
with a
even his
shorter
final
peen,
form.
apparently. Sadly, it's a reduction if I DNA digivolved. Because everything's beneath me, right?
With a neck that long, technically, yes. Anyway, you want to say anything about this, or?
I think this is based on the comic series that they launched like last year. Manga. I don't actually know anything about the manga, it was actually more like a web novel.
It says here on social media, rumors of a mysterious phenomenon known as hologram ghosts are spreading. Hiro Amanokawa, a first-year junior high school student, activates a mysterious device left behind by his father and encounters a Digimon called Gamamon.
Well,
Gamamon?
all I'll say is as long as they don't have ugly like designs for the main cast, this could end up being good. Oh no, it's a
Wait a
glasses-
minute. Is that a black dragon?
It does
in a
look
dark alleyway.
pretty gay.
Suddenly, this
Luna
doesn't
the
look like that
cat-
comic series.
is
Yeah, it
Luna
also
the
looks
cat
like
from
Sailor Moon.
with the moon on its
Mhm.
forehead?
I think they're screwed now. That does not look like a promising design. And the main character, I didn't realize. Oh,
In
God.
Crocs!
Right.
He's wearing Crocs! Oh,
Like, I won't knock it until
no!
I won't
It
knock it till it's actually out.
Confirmed
But
is a gay dragon.
obviously, I always hope that the new
Sentai,
Digimon series is
if
going to
you
be
get
good
this-
and then put us back on the map.
So
I
Sentai,
don't know
if
if
you
this
get
will be
this,
the one.
do a premium edition. I want Crocs in the premium edition.
Oh, fuck.
You could just buy normal Crocs right now.
I
Not like
can't
those.
fucking believe this. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't
Wow.
have as much faith in this.
I
suddenly.
just I can't wait when I rewatch this to hear for them say, yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is the terrible character designs. Crocs. Oh, wow. Okay. Ninku TV anime celebrates 30th anniversary with new art. I'm
Yeah.
sure most of you have never heard of Ninku.
I own the
we did
combo
get the
that has Yu
movie
Yu
that was
Hakusho.
sold. It was a combo pack with a Yu Yu Hakusho movie, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So it literally one DVD that had both movies on it. And it
Damn.
had like you could put it in your collection upside down, and then it would say Ninku, or you flip it and it says Yu Yu Hakusho kind of thing. This show could have been the next big thing before Naruto even came out, kind of thing, because the fights in it are full on Naruto and Yu Yu Hakusho level, but the character designs look like such ass that you're like, wow, I can't watch this shit, you know, which goes to show that character designs fucking matter. So get your fucking Crocs off your goddamn feet. Say goodbye to your gay dragon, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. Ghost Game, that's one of the more recent ones that came out, was a pretty good Digimon show from what I've heard. It's just that every time I looked at it, the main character's Digimons looked stupid. Now, this guy has a penguin mon, so maybe he's okay.
A penguin, a monster,
What's
a guy in a fundoshi, and a guy who has his wife beater.
I thought that was Yu Yu
in.
Hakusho.
Right.
What's his face? Yusuke on the left.
On the left.
Bootleg.
Is this a cross between a kid and Sergeant Frog?
Right.
It looks more like I'm blanking on the name. The guy from Attack on Titan. Eren. It looks more like Eren than Yusuke.
Yeah.
No, the guy that guy.
I don't know. That looks like Yusuke after he's like let himself go. Lives in a trailer.
I agree. That does look kind of like Aaron.
All right. So anyway, the point of bringing this up is that this is now the 30th anniversary. Discotheque, give me my box set. Chop, chop, bitch. All right. There's no freaking way I'll be your lover unless. I watched the trailer for this. I'm going to show it to you now. I just want to say it is adorable.
I like how we're stopped on Aaron drilling, like the little trailer load up.
Volume's a little low. Turn it up.
本当の友達になろう大塚さんすまないどうやら私は君を一人の女性として好きになってしまったようだやばい
I just love that fucking 9/11's happening behind her.
待って友達はどこ行ったのありでしょ無理私は友達としてあんたのことが好きなの君の顔を思い浮かべていると胸のドキドキが収まらなくてな気づいたんだ君が好きだと急に褒められても笑顔ぐらいしか出ないよなんて惚れたかあの女にやめといた方がいいとだけ言っておくわレナチンも前のこと好きでしょなんか偉いやはり両思いだったか違うからそんな関係はお断り私が恋人になれるわけないじゃん無理じゃなかった7月放送開始今日はこれで我慢しておくとしよう
That's cute. And it should definitely end with a full-on orgy, right? So the part I'm wondering about is the unless, right? Like, also it's being worked on at Mother Studio. Anyway, yeah, I wonder if we're gonna find out that some of these chicks are actually dudes, and that's gonna be the unless. I don't know. We'll see. Wouldn't that be weird? All right, back to it. Are there any chats I missed? Nope, it's good.
Aren't
what?
Yo, there are chats we missed.
Yep. Maybe Takane, is this Takamine-san? Is reincarnated Aqua? Oh, I haven't watched Konosuba, so that joke is over my head right now.
Maybe it's
They turned
referring to Aqua
turned
from,
Digimon gay. Confirm.
Is that referring to Aqua from Oshinoko? Maybe I don't know.
No, I think he means Konosuba because of the panties, right? Is a character in Konosuba named Aqua, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess she does. Canonically doesn't have panties on.
Digimon and Idiocracy crossover with those Crocs. Yep. Blame Idiocracy populated Crocs. They chose them because they were so stupid. Right. No, the story goes that they needed to pick something that the characters would wear that would represent like the sheer idiocy of the future. And Crocs, the company, had literally just started. So they bought them all. Like every actor in the movie is wearing Crocs, and it just seemed like the stupidest gimmick that nobody would ever actually wear. And then they become super popular. Yeah. Is that Yuri bait? Yes, it is. Trigger warning: this anime contains orgy. Yeah, if that trigger warnings are like
that's not a trigger warning. That's a
fetish warning. Like that's like that's.
Well, nowadays it's a gender warning, right?
Trigger the show is seemingly anti-queer.
Let me open up some tabs, and we will discuss some things. All right. Oh, I'm telling you, man, the sundowning is real. Silent Hill F has been banned in Australia. It's been refused classification. Last podcast, I said, remember when I started playing Silent Hill 2 Remake and it opened with a trigger warning? And I was really upset at first, but then thought, well, if it requires a trigger warning, maybe it'll actually be good because they had to warn that ilk to stay away, right? I'm going to take this as a good sign. Right? Sorry, Australia. A reason hasn't been given for the game's refusal to be classified, but it speculatively has something to do with its content and in particular how it may approach historically accurate gender discrimination, violence, or drugs as mentioned in the game's content warnings. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Oh, I'm dying. Send help.
It's from the lack of super chats.
All right, so Ubisoft to form a new gaming entity. As it scrambles for survival, seeks outside investors amid financial freefall. So Ubisoft is reportedly seeking outside investors to back a newly formed gaming entity that will house its most valuable franchises, including Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Rainbow Six. The French publisher is reaching out to global and French-based investment funds with bids expected by the end of the month. One name being floated once again is Tencent, the Chinese tech giant that already owns a nearly 10% stake in Ubisoft. To which I will now bring you to this tweet from Razorfist. China owns Tencent. Tencent buys 15% of Ubisoft. Tencent uses this position to push for ESG. ESG tanks the studio. Tencent buys them. Anyone who denies China are the foremost funders of ESG and are doing this to subsume Western game studios is not to be taken seriously. Now, it's hard to tell here, but these are two women, Naoe and some lady. The decision to form a new entity outside of Ubisoft, specifically for its core intellectual properties, is widely being viewed as a last-ditch effort to stabilize the sinking ship. For months, Ubisoft has been hinting at a transformational strategic option, and this appears to be the result. Since 2021, the company's market value has plummeted by over 85%, crashing from $12.17 billion to just $1.78 billion. Fuck. Catastrophic. Moving on to the next one here. Ubisoft deploys legal team and government help to silence Assassin's Creed Shadows critics and combat development harassment. So we talked about this a little bit last podcast, that they were planning to sue people for harassing their developers. But now a new wrinkle has come into this. Reports suggest that Ubisoft is working directly with Canada's Communications Security Establishment to monitor online discourse. CSE's involvement, an agency tied closely to government cybersecurity and oversight, has sparked fresh concerns about whether a major gaming corporation should have access to such state-backed tools for monitoring public commentary. Okay, Cool to T says Razorfist is coping. ESG is entirely Western creation in Japan. ESG activists use English. Yes, but the point is that what he's saying is that the fund, the ESG fund, is being funded through China in order to devalue the assets so they can be snatched up. 99% sure the Australian ban on Silent Hill F was due to the high school uniform. Could be. It's probably why it'll get banned in Texas next, right? The idea of a government-affiliated body assisting in silencing criticism, not illegal behavior, but simple criticism, has raised red flags for those worried about growing censorship in gaming spaces. Is this truly about protecting employees, or is it about protecting Ubisoft's brand image at all costs? Given recent instances where Ubisoft allegedly targeted creators for simply discussing leaks or criticizing internal decisions, it's not unreasonable to think this new, quote, anti-harassment policy could be weaponized. When a company conflates public commentary with personal abuse, it becomes clear that free discourse is at risk. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to actually be able to do, but I imagine any actual lawsuits they try to bring to court are going to get slapped down with a motion to dismiss immediately. Assassin's Creed Shadows shrine destruction prompts a response from the Japanese government. Looked a little bit about that last podcast, but Assassin's Creed Shadows rolls out day one patch that removes ability to deface Japanese religious sites after blowback from Japanese government. So do you think they listened to the podcast and patched it in so that as soon as you step through the door, Yasuke jumps into the air and quickly takes off his shoes before landing? Because I think that'd be fucking funny if they actually patched that in the game. So the patch, which Ubisoft has chosen not to highlight in its official patch notes beyond a brief acknowledgement, alters shrine interactions so that key objects like tables, racks, and altars can no longer be destroyed. This follows public concern raised by Japanese politician Hiroyuki Kata, who criticized preview footage showing players damaging shrine interiors. Kata's concern was echoed by Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, who described the destruction of shrines as an insult to the nation itself and emphasized the importance of respecting cultural and religious heritage. Ubisoft's decision to quietly implement this change suggests just how sensitive and volatile the situation has become. Sorry. Rather than proactively addressing the issue in the game's development, Ubisoft waited until the 11th hour to walk back one of the more controversial gameplay elements. According to this article, it doesn't just tone down the shrine destruction, but also civilian bloodshed. Per IGN, to whom Ubisoft confirmed both the patch's existence and their decision to keep its release low profile, the changes made by the update include players no longer getting stuck inside movable objects after dodging forward and interacting with them in kofuns. Fix for procedural weapons being removed incorrectly when selling items. Adjustments to prevent players from going out of bounds when proning against objects. Improved horse navigation. Oh, that's good. Reducing issues with turning and blocked paths. Lighting adjustments for cave, kofun, and architectural entrances / exits. The kofun, just a reminder, is like the emperor royal family graves. Fixes for cloth clipping on Yasuke's outfits while riding and Naoe's outfits while crouching. Citizens without weapons no longer bleed when attacked. That almost seems like it would be worse. Like, now, not only do I not get punished for killing the innocent, but I also don't even really feel bad about it anymore. You know, like, that seems weird to me. So citizens without weapons no longer bleed when attacked, and reducing unintended blood spill in temples and shrines. So basically what they're saying is that in shrines, friendly fire can occur, and you could accidentally slice up a priest and he'd bleed on the shrine, therefore desecrating it, right? Does that mean you can slice up actual enemies while inside of a shrine and spill blood on? What? Tables and racks in temples / shrines are now indestructible. Some objects like drums or bowls can still be broken, as they are generic ones present everywhere in the world. Tables are still dynamic objects, so players can still move / push them. Further, in the Assassin's Creed franchise house, referring to Ubisoft, also confirmed that this path was a universal one and would be applied to all copies of Shadows rather than just the ones sold in Japan. So it's a patch that is affecting you as well. Should the state have access to such a speech tool? No. ESG is banned. If I gave Ubisoft millions to put D cups in the game, I would have protests and riots against me. It is not just money. No. Ubisoft might. Ubisoft might have riots and protests, but you'd be fine. Go ahead and give them millions. It's all right. You could save the company. They're going to suck your dick after you save the company by putting D cups in the game. Right? Buy physical copy to avoid the patch. Yeah, honestly, I'm going to show you some things that are going to make you go, oh, actually, the game doesn't look playable. Shadows is on sale, so don't pay full price. Definitely not. Now it's supposed to be Naoe panty flashings were removed. Damn. I'm sure that that's not what they meant by the clipping, but my headcanon is that they took that from us too. Right. All right. Assassin's Creed Shadows endgame credits roll for over 2 hours, raising questions about Ubisoft's bloated spending. For reference, look at this. This is the thing. 2 hours and 6 minutes. Ra-da-da-da-da-da-da.
If they're going to have 2 hours of credits, why not make like a movie?
Yeah. I've never I don't think I ever Random. Do you ever remember playing a game that had over 2 hours of credits?
No.
For reference.
Definitely not that I've sat through anyway.
Well, I've sat through some credits, but they've been like at most like 20 minutes, if that.
Guys, to put this into perspective, The Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, famous for having one of the longest credit sequences in movie history, wraps in under 10 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
Ubisoft's latest release manages to extend its credits to more than 12 times that length, offering what feels like a never-ending scroll of names, studios, departments, and corporate entities. For a AAA video game like this, it's common for credit rolls to run anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes for larger titles, but this takes the cake.
Literally, they should have bought the rights to like High on Life. I don't know if you remember that game, but High on Life bought the rights to some like really shitty no-name movies.
Mhm.
One of which we watched in a watch party, which was Tammy the T-Rex.
Yep.
And so like, why not buy the rights to this shitty like or even like a public domain movie?
Yeah,
and just
play
put it.
that. Or a
while the-
samurai film, like a Akira Kurosawa film or something.
Something like I feel
Although
like
that would be
That'd
the
be a
biggest
good
sign of
decision.
disrespect, right?
That would be a good decision. They can't do that.
Yeah.
No.
I could
Who's
skip
gonna
the whole game and
legitimately
just
sit there
play
for
the
2
movie
hours?
on its own.
Reports suggest that over 3,000 people worked on Assassin's Creed Shadows, with Ubisoft enlisting the efforts of teams from around the globe. In addition,
This is how they're going to try and win over the people, is by saying, look how many people work so hard on it. Don't close our company.
I took my
There's
headphones
people
off for a hot
behind it."
minute. I'm curious if these credits are like self-indulgent almost towards the people that worked on the game. They're like, well, this is the last one we've been fucking making, so let's just roll the credits out super slow.
We might as well try and get a Guinness out of this thing.
Well, I mean, there is a speed that you have to like. You can't roll the credits by like zip fast, otherwise no one's gonna be able to read them. But with
Yeah.
the credits so long, like
Well, I'm
do
looking at the
something.
screenshot. I'm looking at the screenshot. Oh dear God, is he dying?
Do something else where you know you can entertain the people, and that way, they're not just sitting there for 2 hours. You know, you could make a game out of the credits.
But
Where
you could have made like look at the screenshot. You could have made like a laundry list of the people that worked on the diversity and inclusion section, but instead they had to list out specific people.
Ding, 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 ding.
He's back, ladies and gentlemen, back from death.
So first of all, this portion of it, a lot of spaces between these.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure with Lord of the Rings, after the main cast, you know, like the Fellowship,
Yeah.
it splits into like 2 columns, right? To get through it faster.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like
Right?
almost the self-indulgent of, hey, I want.
Yeah, look what we got here. Global diversity and inclusion, manager, inclusive games and content, inclusive games and content research assistant, manager, project management, diversity, inclusive, DIA, project, whatever.
yeah, that could have all just been like the diversity and inclusion team. Here, all
Holy fuck! The game, the Mighty Number 9,
Mhm.
is 3 hours and 47 minutes and 50 seconds. That's the Guinness World Record.
Wow. For
Probably
the
because it was a Kickstarter, so they're putting all the Kickstarter.
That would make
backers in
sense.
But holy
But-
fuck! 3 hours, 4 hours?
So
Is that
so
Mountain
with
Dew, Brett?
like with
Is that Dew? I'm sorry, Randy.
No, sorry. It is
Cut off.
sour Skittles that I found at Dollar Tree.
What?
Yeah.
I'm sure
Is it
that's
good?
gonna help the throat.
Yeah.
I
Okay, you were
mixed it
saying,
with
Randy.
whiskey or something. So
Oh yeah, it'll help it even more so with the whiskey. Yeah.
Right.
Makes sense.
meanwhile, the thing that made me cough up a storm is that I started eating some Sour Patch Kids.
And then went down the wrong pipe.
Yeah. Oh, most of my coughing in daily life, obviously unrelated to the illness, is that I started chewing gum and swallowed my own fucking saliva in a weird way and started hacking up a lung. Like, anyway.
So with some games, I want to say the last game that I remember this happening was the Astrobot game from Sony, where they make like a game out of the ending, where like the credits are coming down and you gotta like shoot the names or something. So and with Mighty Number 9, it would have made a lot of sense to like, you know, have every backer come by and like you have to shoot them as they come by. With this game, just do like one last mission where everyone, like, it would be super like out of story, but it's the credits. Like, have one last mission where everyone's walking around with their name and their title above their head, and you have to go through this like gauntlet of like 10,000 people. And it's like, oh, I'm gonna kill the director, I'm gonna kill the assistant, like, you know.
But then they
imagine if they had a model for every single individual that they like characterize like the douchebag.
It's just like the same. No, it can't be an individual model, otherwise the credits would be 5 hours long. But like, you know, just something stupid.
Just how their names come up and be like playing like Fruit Ninja for 2 hours. Or
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it would be better to give us a database so we could just look it up. Because if we ever need to find someone,
code
it's just a,
comes
just
up.
a freaking QR code on the screen.
Credits shortest in history, right? Yeah, so it says your report suggested over 3,000 people worked on Assassin's Creed Shadows, with Ubisoft enlisting the efforts of teams from around the globe. In addition, the noteworthy portion of the credits is devoted to global diversity and inclusion personnel, a move likely intended to highlight Ubisoft's corporate initiatives, but one that's now fueling criticism over the publisher's priorities. Oh, that's the end of that one. Assassin's Creed Shadows flops on Steam launch day, fails to break into top 30 games as access media sites heap critical praise. Praise such as Assassin's Creed Shadows crosses 1 million players on launch day. Assassin's Creed Shadows reaches 1 million players on day one, right? Or, that's not it. This one. Assassin's Creed Shadows review, a futile return to form. What is it? Soup.
Let's see, what's it currently at?
That's hot.
It's fresh.
Wow. Thanks for that. Oh my God. I burned my lip.
So this came out on the 20th, right?
Yes.
So,
same day as the Eric. That tastes pretty good. Yeah.
It looks like it's the peak is like 64,000 on Steam.
Yes, and that's over the weekend. Like, yeah. So, feudal return to form, a return to classic form, return to form, return to form. It almost seems like it's a PR step, right?
Yep.
well, and also like people keep forgetting that IGN owns like 27 of the fucking news review people for video games.
So, the release of Assassin's Creed Shadows was supposed to be Ubisoft's saving grace. After months of delays, backlash, a marketing campaign marred by controversy, all eyes were on how the game would perform on its launch day. But the numbers are in for Assassin's Creed Shadows, and they are not looking good for Ubisoft, particularly on Steam. According to Steam charts, Assassin's Creed Shadows peaked at just 41,412 concurrent players on launch day, making it only the 36th most played game on Steam for the day. That's a disastrous result. for a big budget AAA title backed by one of the largest publishers in the industry. To put it into perspective, Shadows was soundly beaten by older titles like Red Dead Redemption 2, indie favorites like Stardew Valley, and even the newly released Marvel Rivals. It was also overtaken by titles such as Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Baldur's Gate 3, and Helldivers 2, all of which boast higher player counts and more organic enthusiasm among gamers. Despite the lackluster player numbers, mainstream gaming outlets have been handing out glowing reviews. As of this writing, Assassin's Creed Shadows holds an 81 Metacritic score, buoyed by a slew of favorable critiques from major publications like IGN, which gave the game its customary 8 out of 10 that it reserves for troubled AAA titles. However, a closer look at these reviews reveals a familiar pattern. High scores coupled with notable caveats. 100, but it says here, there are problems with Assassin's Creed Shadows, for sure, but it's so fun to play. It's telling a gripping story, and there's so much sense of progress and reward for every little thing that you do. It actually feels like an open world game that's taking its cues, blah, 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 blah.
It has problems for sure, but I'm going to give it 100.
Yeah. So, for example, this person awarded them a perfect 100, still admitting in the review their problems. How a game with acknowledged issues can earn a flawless score is anyone's guess, but it does raise questions about the objectivity of the outlets. Also, in Australia, spotted retail game store in Australia, a big pile just sitting there. What does our game store look like for AC Shadows? But what does your games store look like for Assassin's Creed Shadows? Of course, there's the whole shift to digital, and it's not surpassing. Discs are just sitting there. Or is that surprising, maybe? I don't know. That's crazy, though, right? That many? Fuck. Japanese reactions to Assassin's Creed Shadows release. Before we go into this, I regret that I must show you what this gay grin is from. Where are you, gay grin? I didn't upload that.
It is the gayest of grins.
Is this the gay grin?
I do not think I have ever seen you quite so tongue-tied.
Not yet, at least.
This is
hope you
Ibuki,
aren't
the
easily cheated.
non-binary character we talked about previously.
Do you think someone might see us?
Maybe.
Do you care?
Not at all.
Oh, looks right at the fucking camera. I want the player to see me get rail this guy's asshole. Gay. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Reminder that Yasuke Simulator is now on sale for $4.
That'd be fucking funny if that was outperforming it right now.
Let's find out.
I do want to say, like, I've seen this relationship, and I've seen the other relationship, which I'm sure you'll get to. So it's like, and there's problems with that. There's problems with the other relationship still.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like they're perfect. But I get they're wanting it to give players options,
mm-hmm.
And allow them to do their own
totally
thing.
Yeah.
However, I will say, where's the straight up gay relationship?
Oh, as opposed to a non-binary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have the straight up gay for the female
The
one.
straight up, yeah, I was just saying it's a female one.
Well, two things real quick. First, like, do we even have confirmation it's non-binary? Because I'm pretty sure this came out as a leak before it actually dropped.
Confirmed, yes, non-binary character.
Where does it say it? Like in the story, is it like I am non-binary?
No, I think it's just like dancing around the "I'm not really a man or a woman" kind of nonsense.
And can the woman come into a relationship with this character as
I
well?
don't think so.
And the second
sexist. I don't know.
The second thing to unpack though is that I agree with, like, sure, give them the player's choice, even if it's in a historical era where it's like very rare and unlikely. But I don't think you should really do it with a historical character. Like, at least make it the player customized character or whatever it is, or a fictional character you just made up, to be that. Because otherwise, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, it is a huge difference between something like Baldur's Gate, where it's a player created character, and Assassin's Creed, where you're playing as a historical character that you're supposed to be remembering their DNA memories.
Well, not only that, but this is the first time Assassin's Creed has had an actual living, breathing, honest to goodness, real person from history as the playable character. Right?
Who's the straightest historical character you can think of? You? Okay, well, imagine we make a game where you are in it and they depict you as like, yeah, he can be gay too. Like, wouldn't that just be...
I like the idea that you try to initiate the gay romance in the game, just like it keeps failing, right? The aura is too strong.
Oh, God.
So this is, again, what the Japanese reactions are, right? So the Japanese reacted with another wave of criticism surrounding its treatment of historical figures and questionable LGBT relationships. Here's a disclaimer shown when booting Assassin's Creed Shadows. Assassin's Creed Shadows is a work of historical fiction created by a diverse team. While inspired by historical events, people, and locations, it remains a work of fiction in which creative liberties have been taken to adapt it into an interactive format of a video game.
See, that's the funny thing. Assassin's Creed, famously, and I'll see if I can put one of them in chat, has had this disclaimer, although they worded it a bit differently last time. I don't have the link here. Let me see if I can find the actual fucking link for you. Here it is. Here's the link. Here's what it used to look like. Let me just plop, looking like AC's fucking. It used to have. It was a disclaimer because they were like fucking around with history, and we're like, hey, we're taking some creative liberties because we're making a historical fictitious game. Well, now it's just like we're just taking all the fucking liberties because
produced by a multicultural team. That's different from diverse team, right?
Yeah, a because they were messing around with different cultures and different histories, but the idea was there that they were just having fun using, as they put it, history as their playground, right? Because they used to have like these ideas of like, oh, we're gonna include Leonardo da Vinci, and we're gonna include and they. By all means, they took liberties, but the problem that a lot of us are now having is that, well, you guys have a problem because Yasuke is black. It's like there's been like 2 black characters in AC games, or actually 3 if you count Liberation. There's been 3 black characters in AC already. Nobody had a problem with them.
Nobody cared about playing as a Native American in the
3
Civil War.
Connor, yeah. And it's so baffling because it's like the reason people are complaining now is because it's this shot in the dark for Ubisoft of like, well, it's historically accurate. We're playing as Yasuke, and it's like it's clear you're using him as like this all-inclusive because this was made. When was this made? Like same time as like Dragon Age, right? The Veil Guard, and all those other bullshit like DEI Sweet Baby Ink fucking like.
Yep.
Whereas like you look at like. Because initially when this was first launched, I thought to myself, oh shit, Yasuke is going to be this. I thought the dude was going to be a Templar. At very first, when I first saw the initial launch trailer for it, I thought he was going to be an antagonist. I thought that would have been neat.
They can't do that.
Yeah, they can't do that. God forbid they make him an antagonist.
Can you do me a favor? I accidentally gave you my keys earlier, but these came off in my pocket.
Yeah.
I just realized I have another pickup here, but we'll get to that next week.
Well, now I'm curious. Damn. But like, because I thought Yasuke was gonna be a Templar, an antagonist for the game, because it would make more sense, infinitely more sense, to have him be this large and imposing presence
Be the
throughout the
infiltrator
game.
and not the protagonist.
Yeah.
Yeah. But from what I've heard of the game, Yasuke is the same character when the game starts all the way to the game finishing. Whereas Naoe grows and changes and overcomes things and stuff, right? No fucking do. I've been saying this for fucking years. The problem with writing minority characters in the political climate that we currently exist in, where you have the autistic screeching of the left when it has to do with anything that they could see as, you know, somehow a crime against humanity, is that Black people in media written by non-Black people, which Ubisoft is almost 100% white women, that Black people in media written by non-Black people cannot have any flaws whatsoever. It would be a hate crime for the character to have a flaw, a human flaw, right? And so the characters never actually go anywhere in their development because they would have had to already be perfect at the start. And that's how Yasuke is presented, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't overcome anything, right? In any meaningful way, right? He's always just the charming Black guy who's
Here's the
brooding
thing as
and
well.
strong, right?
Like they could have made him like an antagonizing force, like if you were fighting against Oda Nobunaga's forces or whatever. And
which is what
they could have
Naoe
they could have
is.
canonically spared him because he's not a samurai who commits seppuku. Because I mean that seems to be one of the few things that we do have some sort of record of, or is that also made up? But either way, the point is they could have spared him and not killed him as an antagonist. And it would have been accurate, supposedly, or whatever, right?
Well, not only that, but they could have used that as the thing that he, his central piece of conflict is, if you want to convince everybody that he's a samurai would not go down the way that he did in the battle of with Ieyasu or whatever his name is, right? So Tokugawa. Is it Castle Ieyasu? I forget. Anyway, the point is that if it were the case that he didn't commit ritual suicide when he was surrounded and everything, right, and defeated, that could be a sense of shame for the so-called samurai that he spends a portion of the game overcoming and getting his mojo back, right? But again, can't give characters flaws if they're part of the protected class.
Right.
And then again, I said this, I've been saying this from the start of the podcast. The problem with what you've created is that you actually make all the straight white male characters the most interesting characters in everything that you do, even when you cast them as the villain, because they're complex, they have flaws, and they become relatable. Because we all are complex, have flaws, and are.
You mentioned 3 with Connor. His dad is a white guy, and he's the villain for the antagonist for the most part in that, and people love his character for it. Like,
and it's kind of crazy they chose in 3 to give you the Native American character during the American Civil War, where it seems like almost a wasted opportunity not to, do the American Revolution soldiers and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But even still, Connor was such a compelling character, so well written and everything, that everything I've heard about him has been praise. From I mean, I never played the game, but what I heard when researching it for talking about Shadows and whatnot, everybody who I've heard talking about him has heaped praise on him, you know? So anyway, back to what the Japanese thought. Japanese users were rather confused by the message, as Ubisoft initially promoted all the research and historical accuracy behind the game's development. However, there were a lot more creative liberties taken than expected.
You don't say.
Assassin's Creed Shadows has 4 love interests. 4. 3 of which are LGBT.
That's part of the problem too, that I kind of, if you wouldn't mind me bringing up. They've gone to this RPG aspect of the gameplay that I'm not like a fan of, because it used to be, and I know I keep saying this, but it used to be one congruent storyline from beginning to end, because that's how history was.
Yeah,
like you can't go back and retroactively change your own history.
Choose your own adventure. Yeah,
because that's part of the story. So you're going into the Animus. It's this VR machine, and you're accessing your ancestors' DNA, and you're reliving their memories. Like, how are you reliving their memories if they fucked like 4 or 5 different people?
Yeah. Anyway, so to make matters worse, the only straight relationship option is with Oichi, the younger sister of Oda Nobunaga, which many felt was disrespectful, given that several members of the Imperial House of Japan are her descendants. And the game essentially depicts her as committing adultery with a black slave. Like, I once said, possibly even more than once on the podcast, that if you sat down and tried to make a list of every possible thing that could go wrong in development of this game, you would not even hit 1/10 of everything that Ubisoft eventually did. So they have made an achievement in the game that if you raid the tombs of the ancestors of the today living, reigning on the chrysanthemum throne in Japan, emperor's family. And they've also made it so that one of the characters that you can have sex with, in fact, the only romance you can have that is straight, is with an ancestor of people alive in Japan today who can trace their ancestry back to this point. And you make it so that who you're having sex with is cheating to be with you because historical fact has already been written.
Yeah.
Like, your grandma's a thought.
That would be pretty weird. Yeah, if your great grandma was getting plowed in a game.
Have you ever seen, like, you know, in Looney Tunes, how the character would step on the broom or the rake and it would go whoosh, and hit them in the face?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen like a person actually do that in real life?
No.
Like every once in a while, you see somebody like on the internet, you'll see somebody and they'll do something similar. They'll take a step and it's like, whoa, they get smacked in the head by something, right? Imagine that person does that. And then in trying to catch their balance, they step down and another one comes up and hits them in the head.
Yeah, I've seen it in like a
Looney Tunes,
fake video, like Looney Tunes
Yeah.
or other just like comedy
Okay.
videos, but not deliberately.
So now you're running a fucking marathon for months. Every single step you take is broom, broom, broom. Yo, that's Ubisoft. That's Ubisoft this entire development cycle. Every single step has been a broom to the face or a rake to the face, right? So here's some of the comments and reactions from Japanese internet denizens. Quote, what fans of the series wanted was fiction based on historical events in Japan, not fiction created under the freedom of creative expression. Why didn't they listen? it would have been a catalyst to boost the series further. Ubisoft has repeatedly double talked for Japan and overseas, which is meaningless. At least now we know that white people don't like Japanese people. Ubisoft continues to portray its nonsense Japan, even though they've been selling it as an archeo game, maybe like a historically accurate archaeological game. I don't know, that teaches history. It's based on the lies from Yasuke's historical facts on Wikipedia. It was a mistake from the beginning. We could have done better. Was that Reese?
Quote unquote.
Yeah. All they had to do was include Japanese staff who knew Japan well among the diverse group of people they had there. Assassin's Creed Johnny Somali confirmed flop LOL. They should also put a disclaimer about not having any respect for other people's culture or history. Good luck selling your Johnny Somali game. It was supposed to be made with help from multiple scholars with backgrounds in historical research. So how did it come out so shoddy? Of the 4 love interests, there are 3 are lesbian or gay, and 1 is straight. Right? We already covered that. It was made by white people with diverse values. Now let's all go watch the politically correct version of The Little Mermaid. I think there will be any more works set in Japan coming out from overseas. Or I don't think there will be any more works set in Japan. If they had just said from the beginning that it was a work of fiction with a historical theme, the controversy wouldn't have been so bad. So why did the developer stubbornly insist that it was faithful to historical facts and that you can learn history from it? Wilds achieved 1.3 million concurrent users on the day of release, but Assassin's Creed Shadows only had 20,000. It was actually 40,000 users on release day. Will it be a hit? No. It was created under the freedom of creative expression. Making fun of Japanese people is also freedom of expression. Collector's edition is still available to purchase. Hurry. Yeah. So it's historically accurate and fictional. Even if there was no disrespect for Japan, the game is completely tainted with political correctness and has LGBT romance that no one wants to see. So people wouldn't have bought it either way. People overseas are more sensitive about political correctness than Japan. This kind of garbage is bound to fail. Crazy that some AAA title with no real competition barely got 25,000 concurrent users on Steam day one. They tout freedom of creativity and fiction, but they're piling on disgusting, gross stuff. They're appropriating culture and discriminating against Japanese people. But in the end, all they want to do is the usual political correctness bullshit. Discrimination in France is good discrimination. Go Yasuke, the real black samurai. Slay every single Japanese person. Evil Japanese person. There's a surefire way to end up a huge failure like Dragon's Veilguard. Yeah, I think so. So I just showed you guys this video. Now I'd like to show you how fucking horrendous. Now we did see in the patch notes that they were saying they're going to fix a little bit of these. Oh, wait, that's not it. Share with audio this time.
It's been too long, kitty. I've missed you.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yes. Oh, for you.
What?
Now you die.
Anyway, yeah, it's pretty bad.
Now you die. Just give it. Wait, stand still so I can kill you.
All right, my wife is having a hard time breathing. I'm going to go check on her, and I'll play the next video.
Okay.
Which is this one. Bruh. Bruh.
You can't get me. You can't get me. I'm crawling now.
I think a little bit of more work needs to go into the game.
Yeah.
Maybe another 3-month delay.
Right.
That 3-month delay cost them like $30 million or something.
Damn.
From what
really?
I remember. Yeah.
Whatever they did, it wasn't worth it.
Where are we in comments?
I don't
I
remember.
see Old Man posted a link to Sideshow Bob stepping on rakes. Belgard was also a return to form. Yeah. They just need to say something so that it's in the news cycle. And that's an easy way to say nothing at all, but also bring it up. Who is pitching and who's catching? Well, I don't want to know. Why are you gay? Who says I'm gay? You are gay. They legitimize putting these things in media like a mom hiding medicine in candy. It's for your own good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said earlier, if it's a customized character, I agree with giving you options. With this character, it seems a little less appropriate. But...
Well, the thing is that nobody would care if they actually gave you options. But the options they gave you are 3 gay romances, 1 straight romance. Like, why are the options lopsided?
And the 1 straight romance is a big middle finger to the
big middle finger.
royals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I gotta. My wife is not doing well. She's at the stage that was the worst of the illness, like where she's starting to lose her voice and everything. So I'm gonna try to speed through a couple things here, and I'll jump out for certain things and try to get the kids in bed while you guys should write stuff and everything. Assuming there's right stuff to be done. All right, so you guys saw the amazing AI system, right? Okay, let me show you this now. Yasuke in Assassin's Creed Shadows' final boss fight features a battle accompanied by diverse African music, followed by terrible dialogue, and then it ends. This game has the most atrocious voice acting / script in the last 20 years. The budget was wasted on Globo Homo romance. Are you ready for this? This is the ending to the game. Is this it? Wow.
Just in the middle of the fight, they pull out guns.
Okay, who at Ubisoft thought it would be a good idea to have a guy chant "Ching Chong" over and over during Yasuke's final boss fight?
Wait, is that what he was saying?
Ubisoft delaying shadows to avoid controversy. Ching Chong, Wacha Ninja.
Like, that didn't sound anything like Japanese. Like anything in that time period. Or anything like that. Just.
Oh my god.
To be fair, I don't think they're saying Ching Chong. I think they're saying Ching Cha.
Yeah, regardless.
Wacha. But yeah.
It's fucking hilarious. Oh boy. Oh, Ubisoft didn't hire Japanese people because their racist activists think they are white adjacent. For some reason, colleges reject Asian applicants. Yep, same reason, yeah. Directed and produced by Johnny Smalley. I was watching black people on TV in the 1970s, yet they act like they are breaking ground. This is like people saying Black Panther is the first. Yes. Remember that shit? Black Panther, first black superhero. Hancock, Blade, Meteor Man. Like, come on. Fuck you. Stop
Real
trying to
steel.
rewrite history so you get so you get to be the one to create it. Fucking these people, man. Spawn, another black superhero. God. All right. So the United Nations asked Helldivers 2 studio Arrowhead if it'd give a talk on psychological manipulation. Could we brainwash an entire community to fight for a fascist state? Would we be okay with that? Turns out, yeah. This was submitted to us by Foul. Foul, I hope you get a chance to watch this. Players' eagerness in the fight for Super Earth begs the question, are we the baddies? If you played Helldivers 2 for more than about 15 seconds, you're probably well acquainted with the game's wry sense of humor. A la Starship Troopers, the game sees players dying in droves as disposable soldiers in the name of a theoretical democratic utopia. Not that they'd ever see it, as they're all too busy getting torn apart by giant bugs and landing supply drops on each other's heads. In a talk at 2025's GDC titled Helldivers 2 Capturing Lightning in a Bottle, Arrowhead CEO Johan Pilsted reiterated for anyone out of the loop that yes, the game is meant to be ironic, and the fight for Super Earth was always meant to paint players as dispensable henchmen. What is Helldivers 2 fundamentally? It would probably be fun to play a co-op action shooter where you're put in the shoes of the evil side grunts of pop culture. How many seconds would you be able to survive? Of course, you might start to wonder how fun it'll actually be once you consider the implications of dressing players up in fascist uniforms and calling them to arms under the banner of an imperial state to die, and die again in the name of democracy. Quote, we asked ourselves, could we brainwash the entire community to fight for a fascist state? Would they? Would we be okay with that? And it turns out, yeah, actually. Sounds kind of derogatory against your players, huh? But it wasn't just players whose heads were turned by Helldiver's sardonic spin on imperial warfare. They also garnered the attention of a little organization you might have heard of before called the United Nations. Actually, we got a message from the UN asking if we want to talk in some form about psychological defense against manipulation. This might all sound like the game is getting a little too real, but he said the key was in finding the right tone and using the imagery in an almost educational way. We do it all in fun and good spirits, and we actually try to get people to recognize the science of what is a totalitarian state. If you start wearing the same uniform as everybody else and do salutes constantly, you might be in a totalitarian regime. Do you think a single fucking person playing the game doesn't recognize, the difference between their real life versus the life in the game?
These are the people that are trying to censor your speech because they think if they can censor your speech, they can censor your thought, right? So if you are playing the game and you are speaking the words, they think you think that way, right? So if you're making a joke and you're like, oh yeah, for the human race, for democracy or whatever the catchphrase was that makes them all fascist, then they think, oh, well, they must be fascists now. It's like, or we know that it's a joke and we're just playing in a game. Like,
it's so obviously a joke. Like, when you play it, you get this little startup cinematic and everything, and they're like,
it's a joke so obvious only leftists wouldn't get it.
Maybe.
Cool Tucci says if Johnny Somali produced Shadows, Korea would have to pardon him for humiliating Japan.
But yeah, they like literally blow the heads off of others, and then they're like, for democracy, or democracy.
It's unclear if Arrowhead actually had any further discussions with the UN, but it speaks volumes to the game's far-reaching influence and evocative riffs on fascist propaganda. Games are not unfamiliar with these sorts of discussions, but rarely does one invite them so bluntly. To drive the point home and prevent Helldivers 2 from getting too depressing, Arrowhead pulled on the shiny, patriotic aesthetics of the U.S. the EU, and the UN itself, as well as the mantras of regimes like Nazi Germany and North Korea, it creates pleasing aesthetics because there's something totalitarian regimes are really good at, pleasing aesthetics, okay? It's hard to imagine Helldivers without its satirical stormtroopers in every corner of the galaxy, and players have certainly responded to the game's call to arms with eager roleplay, joking, and otherwise. Combine that with Helldivers 2 novel approach to live service, wherein games developing war constantly finds new ways to seem comically hopeless. Okay, wherein the games develop. Okay, yeah. And it seems like Arrowhead is better at indoctrinating loyal soldiers than one might expect. Though given Magica's bewildering Vietnam expansion, maybe we should have all seen this coming. So yeah, just a reminder that the people who think that that you are just a brain dead, brainwashed Nazi following Trump or whatever, just a reminder that the left has probably now spray painted more swastikas on Cybertrucks than the actual Nazis ever did. So I'm just saying, if the shoe fucking fits, maybe you should look in the mirror.
I saw a Cybertruck last week for the first time in real life, and shockingly, it was not vandaled. It was a black one.
Wow.
How is it black?
I don't know. They might have gotten it wrapped or something.
That's weird.
All right, Reese, you ready to pick up on right stuff?
Maybe
yeah.
they painted it black so
You can
that
do
the BLM activists didn't come after them.
Damn. According to Ubisoft's executive Mark Alexis Cote, approximately half of the development team was working on Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Developing, they were building for the first time. Yeah. I mean, it shows. I mean, maybe that's just the defense mechanism, you know. Anyway, in release
too many cooks in the kitchen.
in release news, Hokkaido Gals Are Super Adorable manga gets an omnibus release from Seven Seas. So you got the Twin Jades of Jiangdong. What a name. Dear Door. I'm gonna eat your fucking head. Makina-san's a love robot? Gloomy high schooler and robot otaku Akutsu Eita comes home one day to find his school's idol, Agatsuma Makina, right outside. A lucky break for Ada, especially when he finds out that she's a robot created for sex.
Oh, that's why her boobies are spilling out all over
The virginal Ada is thrown through a loop by how physical things start suddenly getting. But while Makina wants to bear it all, including her robotic interior, Ada has to keep her identity a secret, doesn't he? There's also the I'm the Evil Lord of the Intergalactic Empire audiobook. There you go. For now, you can just listen to the audiobook. You don't even have to read the manga or whatever.
Could just wait for the anime.
Adachi and Shimamura. Hooligans. I like this aesthetic.
That is not hooligans. That's hool-gans.
Yeah,
that's an exclamation mark.
It's an exclamation mark. Yeah. Except for the part where it says hooligans. Ganzu.
Hey, I can't speak to the Japanese. Okay, I'm only looking at the English.
It's got a really good aesthetic design behind it. I really like it a lot.
I think it's got really good lighting, but there's something uncanny about the style of like the chick's face. It's
because
almost
she's
like
AI
too realism.
Yeah, there is a little bit of like an AI aesthetic to it. You know, like it's kind of AI was trained on this sort of artwork.
Yeah, like his pinky disappearing.
It's bent. It's not that weird. Or it's either
I mean,
bent
he might
or
legitimately
he might have lost.
just have a
lost
missing
part of his
pinky.
pinky.
Like hooligans would have their pinky chopped off because they were stealing or something. Like that would make sense, I suppose.
Anyway, I like it. I'd watch it if it was an anime.
You would, because then you wouldn't get the art style. You wouldn't get the shading.
Okay. You have to understand the thing about art style for me is that Japan has a really
I
intelligent
swear to God, if you say the
design
kabuki
aesthetic.
thing again, I'm gonna murder you.
Okay.
What thing?
You're already dead.
Kabuki? Is that what he said?
Yeah, you bring up kabuki like every
Yeah,
5
I'm just saying.
podcasts. Sorry, less
Japan
than
has
that.
a really intelligent design sense of capturing attention with design.
You didn't
Right?
you didn't really get a talk about it, but what did you think about the design of
All You Need Is
All
Kill?
You Need Is Kill?
I believe I said in the Discord, it is perhaps the worst possible choice for studio for it. Like, although I don't know if you guys brought this up. I don't know if you read it, Reese. They specifically said in the article that it is going to be an adaptation that will be different from the manga and the live action Edge of Tomorrow movie. So it's
What
going
about
to
the light
tell
novel?
it's going to tell the story differently. I mean, it seems like because it's going to follow Rita instead of Keiji or whatever his name is, that it's going to probably be different. Yeah, it's going to be a different.
So there's literally going to be infinite permutations. There isn't a single like congruent one.
But that's kind of the value of that specific series, right? Like the premise behind it is that it is able to be told in an infinite number of ways.
But then if I want to watch an anime adaptation of it, I'm cucked because it's going to be completely different.
Get the fucking audiobook. It's actually really good.
I read the
fucking
manga.
which you
I
already
read the
did.
manga.
The manga is probably the worst way to experience it because the manga has the fucking Langolier versions of the aliens. They look like the shitty Langoliers from Stephen King's The Langoliers.
Oh yeah. Well, the audiobook doesn't even have pictures.
And read the light novel. It has pictures.
You could get AI to make the pictures for you.
Anyway, Romalia War Chronicle. The Count's daughter rallies an army in the wake of mankind's victory. And Low Tide in the Twilight. Hokkaido girls are super adorable. And Painter of the Night. A lot of gay shit. A lot of gay shit coming out, huh?
They need to make Seven Seas needs to make their gay ship label instead of ghost ship.
Yeah. All right. Reese, pick up from here with Right Stuff. If you guys finish Right Stuff, you can move on to the merch plug and then the Pokemon stuff. I gotta go make sure my wife's okay. And
I gotta open up the dock and get that shit sorted out. Hold on.
Good luck. I know you can do it.
I know, I'm trying.
You've done it before. Cool. Genga. Art is great.
All I was saying is that once it gets animated by Studio Dean or whoever, like they're just gonna be blondes with a black, like whatever, wearing black stuff, and then I don't know. I guess
it's gonna be
fingernails will paint it,
simplified for
like,
sure.
Like it's not gonna look anywhere near as interesting. That's basically my point. But he's like, well, you see, the DNA of the Japanese, they have kabuki, therefore. They are disposed to making striking imagery by, the fact that they're Japanese.
I do kind of like. I feel the thing about All You Need Is Kill. Like with comic books, they never adapt the comic book directly, right? And like comic books could be because they are basically the exact analog of anime and manga.
They're basically the storyboard.
Yep. But like what they do with manga, they could do with comic books, right? Because they're like comic books are to manga what anime is to cartoons.
Mm-hmm.
And so like we see Japan do the exact model of adapting manga directly into anime, but the Western comic book market has never or very rarely taken that opportunity. And there's so many good stories. Like the Green Lantern Darkest or Blackest Night story, was it like a mini series? A direct animation of that storyline would be great, and like no one seems to want to do it. It's very frustrating.
What did you say it was
And then
called? Darkest Night?
Blackest Night.
Well, when they do the animation, they're gonna race swap him to make him black.
Well, there's a Black Lantern.
There is a black, guy.
John Stewart?
I mean,
Is he the main character in that
No,
one?
the main one is Hal Jordan,
That's what I'm
which is
saying.
white.
Okay.
Yeah. John Stewart was the main guy at some point, but during Blackest Night, Hal Jordan is the POV character. And yes, maybe in an adaptation they would switch that so it is John Stewart, which would be annoying. Just adapt it directly, please. That's all I'm asking for. And then like they were making the motion comics so that you could at least you could have the motion comic, but then they were like, no one's buying these things, so they stopped. They made like they made the Watchmen one, which was great, but then that's about it. And it's like, I don't know. I'm disappointed. Anyway, we can go to pick right stuff.
All right, so we got that one, this one.
You don't have to command yourself to do it. You're in control, buddy.
You could have also done that while I was talking.
I know. I didn't. Yeah, I forgot. So Sentai is re-releasing Yamishibai season 1 and 2.
This is a rarity, though. It's with an English dub this
with
time.
the new English dub. Yeah.
Out of nowhere, I've never heard of this.
Unless they're
besides,
lying
like,
about it this time. Oh man, scroll up to the cover. Yeah, but they lied about that one. I don't remember what it was. That that dot above the M is very conveniently placed.
Yeah, his cum stain.
Yeah.
What are you talking? All I can think of is you're talking about your Urusei Yatsura.
Was it that? I don't know. Wasn't it like Sentai?
Urusei Yatsura.
Well, I don't. They didn't lie about the
season.
second set.
The second collection did not have a dub, even though the one
they
listing.
They didn't present it that it did.
Yeah, they did.
No,
it was on Crunchyroll as from whatever it was. Okay, I don't know if it was Yuri, whatever.
Well, the only other one is like Aniplex with Rascal does not dream of Bunny Girl Senpai.
Yeah, that's what it was.
That's what you're thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Aniplex. That's not Sentai. That's not the same thing, Randy.
Whatever. Wasn't it on Crunchyroll though?
I know it's on. I know probably streaming on Crunchyroll, but I think maybe it was on Netflix that had the dub.
No, I'm not talking about the fucking streaming. I'm talking about the selling of the Blu-ray.
Well, yeah.
I swear. Yeah, so they sold.
But this
the Blu-ray.
one literally says English dub collection. On
Okay, I know. I'm just.
Okay, both of you dumbasses. All Randy's saying is that
But
I just hope they don't bait and switch us.
But the thing is that the Aniplex set had it on the Obi wrap that it had the.
Good God, Reese! Doesn't matter. All he wants to know is that we're not getting bait and switched. All right, that's
I'm just
all that
saying
matters.
It's happened before. All right, we've been bait and switched before.
Wonderful.
I'm just wondering why this of all shows, because like I just remember seeing this as like on the Sentai sales and you browse past it. I've never heard of anyone caring about it, so it's kind of weird that they dubbed this out of nowhere.
It's also these are like 4-minute episodes, so it's not like it's a huge. And it's on like.
I mean, maybe that's why, because was it Discotech did like a couple shows they did dubbed where they probably wouldn't have, but because they were so short, it's like okay.
Also, isn't Discotech releasing Ghost Stories? Or released it recently?
But they didn't dub it.
It has a dub.
Yeah, so
what's the point?
Like, so I'm saying, oh my fucking lord.
Oh.
So that just came out recently, so this could be like riding its tails, right? Because it's
No.
also called Ghost Stories, just like Transformers and oh man, what was that fucking B-rated movie?
This is a re-release though, so I don't know if there's much of a like hype.
Yeah, like
And also, I don't know if dubbing it would have made a difference.
Transmorphers.
Unless they're making a parody dub of this one, which would kind of be funny.
It would be funny.
If for some
But
reason they make a parody.
I don't know why. Like the only reason I can see them doing this is because they plan to dub the rest of it now. And there's like this is seasons 1 and 2, and there's like 14 seasons out right now.
I like the theory that they think people are stupid. They see Ghost Stories, they're like, it has a dub. This must be that crazy dub everyone's talking about, and then buy it.
Nah, I don't think they would think people are that stupid.
If they gave it a parody dub, I might say, okay, maybe they're trying to compete.
I don't think they would do a parody dub for this.
I don't think so.
I don't think they did. I'm not saying they did.
Alright, anyway, so this is a re-release, effectively, right? Even though there's a new dub, this is still effectively a re-release, right? The Kawaii Complex Guide to Manners and Hostile Behavior. This is
Another
also
re-release.
a re-release.
No dub. I would have preferred them dub this.
This is actually a full.
I don't know how you can qualify a thing that gets a new dub as a re-release.
Well, the show's been released before. It's not a new property on disc.
Yeah, not another IP.
I would call it something else.
You know what sucks about this is I like the cover more than my copy, but I don't want to re-buy it.
Alright, so
that looks like a guy. I don't know.
It's not a guy.
Also, Takamine-san is also getting a re-release.
Yeah, which, if you don't know, this has double-length episodes or something. Yeah, double-length.
So,
if that
3 out of 4 Sentai releases for the month of June are re-releases.
Honestly, it's probably because they were acquired by AMC and they're trying to rebrand them so also the backs say AMC or whatever. And then have a new updated cover, so some are more etchy and sell better or something. I don't know.
One also got a dub. Like that seems like a good excuse to do a re-release.
No. Random 11. I'm talking historically. We've seen the past like year or two how they just randomly have a ton of new re-releases of old things that already have like Blu-rays that came out 2 years ago and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, that's different. I'm
so
just saying,
it just seems like it doesn't make any sense considering majority of them aren't even getting new dubs. So it's weird.
So what I'm trying to say is that they're not putting out hardly any new series. Like this is the only new thing.
Yeah.
Out of 4 releases.
With Crunchyroll eating up all the new licenses, they get like the scraps, assuming they don't go balls to the walls with other shows they care about, like I don't know, Eminence and Shadow.
You think they would release like fucking or Familiar of Zero with its dub, like completed dub, or like fucking re-release fucking.
That's what I mean. This is the Yamage Ghost Stories.
What are the odds that they are like for the newer shows they don't have to push the Blu-rays as much because they are selling digitally, right? And so they're only like going back and re-releasing.
Digitally. They just have their streaming service, don't they?
They have
or do they sell? Do they sell?
I can't imagine a company isn't selling stuff digitally.
Like a digital copy on iTunes or Xbox or whatever.
Yeah. Like Microsoft, Amazon, all that kind of shit.
But anyway, this is Dungeon People, not to be confused with Delicious and Dungeon.
Right.
If a company has it on streaming, they should be selling it digitally, and if they're not, they're stupid. Unless there's a rights issue for it. Well, yeah, I mean, I would prefer that too.
All right.
But then, well, they'll dub that the dungeon one, but they won't dub gushing over Magical Girls.
Dungeon People was awesome.
Did you watch it?
I saw it at Anime Expo.
But
the whole thing?
Like the first 2 episodes?
What if the 3rd episode takes a horrible turn and the rest of the show sucks?
Out of principle, I'll still defend it.
I'll take your word for it, but I just want them to dub gushing over Magical Girls.
I agree. Although I also don't agree because I would hate for us to watch it for a watch club only for them to then announce a dub.
Old man agrees with you. Dungeon People is good.
Cool. So,
Luigi says even with no dubs, that's fine. Just make sure the English captions are accurately translated. Dungeon People is $28.99 on Amazon, so they're selling it digitally.
Reese, I appreciate you trying to jump into the next timestamp. You poor thing.
Do you want to continue?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
I just was getting through the couple of comments that had to do with the literal thing we were talking about.
That's fine.
That's so wrong.
But at the same time, Reese kept starting a sentence and then being interrupted midway through. So, guys, if you would like to support us,
old man just commented. It's not my fault.
If you guys would like to support us, stealthweep.com is a great way to do that. Except for the part where none of this shit fucking works. Also, we're looking at Reese's timeshare, Reese's screen share instead of mine.
Also, you can maybe buy stuff at the OCA store.
Yeah, I don't know.
Most likely
it
not.
might work. I'm not sure yet.
Yes.
Anyway, apparently my Amazon Fresh order just got delivered. So, Randy, if you'd like to pick it up from here.
Oh, my Lord.
Because I gotta go.
I will read comments while you go get your stupid Amazon Fresh order.
Read those comments, you bitch.
I can do it, but I can't. Not while you're not
if
there.
Only you had just waited for a second and read them now instead of when Reese was trying to move forward.
Unless Reese wants to pull that up, and I just need someone to.
I already closed it.
We'll pull it back up. I just need someone to scroll. Otherwise, we're reading Luigi's comments. Netflix are known for skin and sex swapping characters. They did it in Cleopatra, and they will do it again. They will.
All right, so.
All right, just click on the top of on the. Okay, that works.
Why does it keep scrolling down?
Okay, just on the right, see the timeline? See the timeline?
Yeah.
Click the January 26th, the very top. Not the very top. At the very top of the scroll bar. Click it. There you go.
Okay.
Okay, scroll down a little bit. Okay, a little bit more. Okay.
Right there?
No, okay, scroll up. I need the title of the fucking thing in the shop. Oh, thank you.
I need a playtest strategy like you can 2024.
All right. Okay. Yeah, and we're starting the timestamp. Okay, so last week we were talking about the alpha / beta / prototype Pokemon cards and how PSA had been kind of caught in this situation where they were grading and authenticating these prototype cards when it turned out that there seems to be some evidence that they were, as this post suggests, printed from a printer in 2024. And so what I was talking about, which this post brings up, is that they are, in order to stop counterfeit, people making counterfeit money with homemade, not homemade, like home printers, all of the printer companies have gotten together to put these yellow dots in every piece of paper that it gets printed out. And the dots contain serial information about the printer. So they know exactly what printer printed the thing. And it also includes information about the day that it was printed. And so someone threw pictures of these prototype cards was able to look at those dots and determine that they were likely from 2024. Not all of them, but a number of them. If you scroll down some more.
So theoretically, it could be that the, what do you call it? The digital files were printed, but existed from before, right?
No, because wait. No. Okay. The printer itself puts the dots in the thing.
Yeah.
So,
but I'm saying that so where did these? Sorry, I walked in, admittedly, halfway into this conversation, right? But
yeah.
Where did these prototype cards surface recently?
Okay, so the first one I think surfaced from one of the creators of the card game.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that one was okay. I don't remember. But then later on he signed some stuff that wasn't okay. And then a number of them showed up, and I don't know where each one of them came from, but they are now out there and they are graded.
Oh, okay. So they're graded and everything. Okay.
Yeah. That's the problem, is that they got authenticated.
Fake cards got graded.
So if we we can just read this section. Different brands use different dots encoding patterns, and not all of them can be decoded. Companies don't reveal this information, so any known pattern has been cracked by someone from the general public. The most well-known of these was broken in 2005 and often referred to as the Xerox DocuColor code, named for the printer models used to discover it. Some brands other than Xerox have used the same pattern. In this case, it's a 15 by 8 grid, represents a checkerboard across the entire printed sheet. Each printed grid has the same dots. The columns represent binary numbers. For example, the 8th column encodes the year in binary 2024, would appear as 011000, which is 24 in binary. So then you can scroll down and you can see this is an image of one of those cards signed by one of the guys that worked on the card game. And then you can kind of see the dots. I think that's part of it. Anyway, and then the thing on the left is showing you what parts of the dots are encoded into the serial number and the date and all that kind of stuff. So scroll down some more. A slew of cards that were originally believed to be early prototype and cards used for playtesting have appeared in public auctions starting 2024. He's just going to say it, so I'm going to read it. Most are believed to trace back to Takumi Akabane. Akabane, yeah. Someone who was involved in the early development of the TCG. He was also involved in authentication of these cards. The combined sales across all auction websites likely exceeds $10 million. Individual cards were selling between 4 to 6 figures based on the variant and the popularity of Pokemon. Because these cards are printed from home/office printers, many of them have tracking dots, and many have a dot pattern that suggests the print date in 2024. So scroll down some more. And so the other thing is to know, I don't know where he says it, I might have skipped over it, but no one had heard that these things existed until last year. So it's not like, oh, there's this rumored, oh yeah, they had these prototype cards, and it's this, schoolyard rumor for decades. No.
Mm-hmm.
Last year was
your friend's uncle that works at Nintendo.
Yeah. Last year was pretty much, as far as I know, the first time that it was even suggested that these things existed. So, and it's possible, although I don't know the whole story, it's possible that the guy that made them just had digital files and then was like, I'm going to print them now. And then, like, that's one thing, right?
Yeah.
But if they were printed in 98, that's different.
Oh, yeah.
Hold up.
For
Though.
sure.
So you're saying like printers after a certain point all have this like I almost want to call it a DRM or whatever that they throw in the dots.
Yeah. It's a
would you say
DRM.
that's
It's not up to a certain point. It's pretty much always.
Mm-hmm.
Like
it's always
they've
so like how long they've had this?
pretty much always.
Pretty much
Just
since the
assume
beginning
that
of
if you have a home printer, it's doing this.
Yeah.
No matter how old the printer is. There
Okay,
are
well-
exceptions. It's not like often like if you have a professional printer like that because you're making actual Pokemon. It's not like the actual Pokemon cards have these dots. It's just the home office printers that would put these dots.
Well,
in.
I was gonna say that like I assume the people that actually make TCG would have special like licensed printers that don't have dots in it or
Yes.
something, so that people
they
can
would not.
distinguish between fakes or whatever.
Correct. But I mean, if they're just like play testing something, they'll probably be using their in-office printer that would have had the dots. So if they printed it in like 1996, we would expect the dots to say 1996 if they were printed in 1996 while they were play testing. And if they survive that long, that's one thing. Like, okay, cool. If they haven't survived and all of these are new prints of the digital files, then I mean that's still cool. But like we have to know that, and that's going to greatly affect the value.
Right.
Because obviously
So
they can just get reprinted. Like you can print infinite amount of them if that's the case.
So this could be an interesting way to work into the bootleg series as well. About the print when stuff was printed. You know,
that's the question, because it's like so does that explain why my prints aren't perfect? But yeah, I guess that debunks what I was gonna say. Is like, well, maybe this guy had an older printer that was before the dots was implemented for the originals, and then and then these are the copies.
There is a possibility that there exists an old enough printer that it doesn't have this feature. I don't know exactly
What if you
when
turn
the
out a
started.
block of yellow and the dots are printed in that area of yellow?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Presumably, if I was a programmer of a printer and I wanted to print this dot pattern in my paper, and someone was going to be smart and print an entire page of yellow, I would
do a negative.
invert. Yeah, I would invert the pattern so it would leave little white dots.
it would choose not to print there.
Yeah.
In that pattern, yeah. The real question is, could you print the dots and falsify the pattern?
That would be like
and then
5 IQ.
And then in the yellow section, get a marker and color in the white dots, right?
I think that would stand out a little bit more.
Yeah, it would be tough. Scroll down. So, I mean, this is just an example of the pattern. So, more examples of the pattern. Checking the dots can be done with public images. That also bit them in the ass because the way. Oh, sorry. I guess I said I was saying PSA. I guess it was CGC. Sorry, PSA. But or maybe it was. Maybe CGC is okay, but PSA is not. Anyway, it doesn't. Whatever. They were graded. That's the point. When they get graded, usually as a way to stop counterfeit graded copies going out, they take high res pictures of the thing and post it on their websites and with a serial number for the grading. So you can look up like, oh, this is PSA Charizard, 005, and then you can go look it up and like, oh yeah, this is exactly what it looks like. And sometimes they'll have like, this is how many times it's been seen in auction and all that kind of stuff. So with those high resolution images, you can pick up on these tiny details because they're so high res pictures. So this was a signed EV from Takumi Akabane, where the autograph was witnessed by CGC. So the autograph was legitimate on the card. Scroll down.
There's yellow dots on the signature.
And you can see that the pattern is like in a checkerboard kind of situation where it's repeated multiple times. So scroll down. The development.
The dots reveal the 2024.
Yeah. So that one was printed in 2024, or according to the dots. The development of the Pokemon TCG was an iterative process, and many prototype and playtest variants have surfaced. Based on evidence inherent in the cards, this is what I could put together, this person making this post, to the best of their ability, and then they go through all the different cards. So last week when I brought it up, I was talking about alpha and beta, and then Fudum was like trying to connect this to Magic the Gathering, which have like legitimate alpha cards that are like released cards. And then I said,
I have
and then
one of those.
Wow, that's cool.
And also, it's not that they were released as much as it is like they were a limited like convention thing that very few people had.
Well, I'm saying it was like an official thing that they did, right? And it was called Alpha. Whereas this is not official. This was like a legitimately Alpha. And so last week I switched up my wording and because I wasn't sure which it was, and it turns out there were multiples. There were alphas, there were betas, they were just like design shit anyway. So there are no yellow tracking dots since they were printed in black and white. So I guess that's a good way to get around it. 2 variants, we can tell them HQ and we can call them HQ and LQ. Many of the Pokemon playtest cards were likely printed in 2024. Easy distinguished by the background. There is a set of high quality, and all other copies appear to be low quality. Low quality appear to be copies of
We gotta go handle some kids.
Okay. So this is just breaking down all the different kinds of variants in the type of cards that they've found. Okay. So scroll down. So this one has more details. Many of the playtest cards were likely printed in. Yeah. Okay. The hypothesis is that some alpha cards were scanned, copied, printed. Copied, picked up alpha dots, and reprinted in 2024. So, some copies have both alpha dots and Xerox dots that can be dated. Okay. So yeah, so these ones apparently have 2 different sets of dots. So that is like extremely suspect, right? So that implies that they, like I just said, they scanned the alpha cards, what they're calling the alpha cards, then they edited them a little bit, but the dots are still there, and then printed them again, and now they have 2 sets of dots. The alpha with inflated pop reports are, I don't know what that is, are more likely to have the double pattern. These are all just links. Anyway. We don't have to go through everything, but just scroll down. Update evidence that alpha dot probably comes from the printer manufacturer around 2016. Okay, so that's fine. High quality backdated to 1996 of the 3 starters. So there you go. So they have a dot pattern that dated to 1996 there. So at least at some point, they did have a printer that printed with the dot pattern in 96. Or someone was smart enough to hack a printer to make the dot pattern say 1996. Although, actually, I mean, if you were to, I don't know how much you'd have to actually hack it, right? If you just turned the printer on, told it the date was 96, I would look up the serial number too, like make sure that the serial number was for a printer that actually existed in 1996.
Dude, it's like setting the clock on your DS to the next day so you don't have to wait.
Yeah. Like if you took a camera and set the date to 1996 and took a picture, and it's like, okay, the metadata says it's in 1996, but that was taken in 2025, right?
That's a plank going into the two towers. What?
Yeah. Okay, so scroll down. So these are the beta test cards according to them. Like they've got different designs. I'm not really going to talk more about the dots. Like I think we get the picture. Scroll down. These are the Delta playtest cards, so they got more details and more stuff on them. And I guess there was 3 different types of Charizards. I don't know if these are real, but apparently, I don't know what happened with AC. They did really use 3 different types of Charizard art in the actual game that got released. So it would make sense that there was 3 different prototype cards. Anyway, scroll down. There's another one. I don't know. So scroll down. I think that's good enough on this one, and then go to the next one. Oh, that was the whole post anyway. So this is an update. I realize that the information I put to untangle it is hard to sift through. The above thread, all the details. So I put together some stuff. Okay, scroll down. I think this is just a link to the. Yeah. Okay. So that's just he's linking a PDF. So you close this.
Close this and go to the next tab.
Okay.
Okay, and then so this is a PDF, and it's basically everything we've gone through already, but you can look through it again, I suppose, if anyone wants, in the show doc files on the website. And this shows you, like, these are getting graded. Like, people are grading them. And some of them may be real, I don't know, but so like these ones say not documented prior to 2024, so like who knows? Like it's one thing if we had some evidence these existed before 2024, but it's like you could just say, oh yeah, I found like a prototype Pikachu thing that I made in Photoshop in 20 minutes and now give me $10 million for it, right?
Yeah.
So scroll down. These ones got signed by the guy, and it's like, okay, so he's signing them, but like, does he even know what's real? Like, he's not checking. I bet you he's just signing this shit and something like, all right, here you go.
This really ruins collecting, doesn't it?
Oh, it's even worse with Pokemon cards because people were buying fucking MRI machines and scanning the packs. No, not just weighing packs. They were scanning the packs with an MRI type machine and being able to pick up exactly which cards were in the packs.
Jesus.
Like it was sensitive enough to pick up exactly what cards were in all 10 positions of the pack. Wow. And so if you're buying singles,
so they could then sell the packs that were useless.
Yeah, they open all the good packs and sell all the shit ones. So if you're buying single packs,
you're screwed.
Be very suspect of the seller. Like trusted sellers only. Otherwise, just don't.
Just buy it from Walmart or whatever.
Well, I mean, with Walmart, you got to worry about them opening it, closing it back up, putting it back on the shelf.
You can't buy an alpha pack from Walmart. That's the problem.
Well, I mean,
like
the alpha thing is separate, yeah. But yeah. So this, I think this.
I'm talking from Magic the Gathering because it's if you buy an alpha booster pack, that's the type of thing that's like, yeah, they could very easily MRI it and sell it and be like, yeah, you could get a Black Lotus, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, with Magic, any TCG, unless they like. With newer packs, maybe you could. I don't even know how you could do it because, like, to stop an MRI, you'd have to put some like, maybe if you put like magnetic, I was gonna say lead, right? Like to stop
like magnetic filament or something in it.
No,
lead
no,
would
but
be bad
then
though.
you'd
But
know
if
which packs are good because they stick to the machine.
No. He's saying that you could
Yeah.
put something in it so that the magnet would destroy the card.
well, I'm not saying destroy the card, but like just
Read through it.
if they put a magnet in front of the like foil, right, of the pack, in the front and back, so you sandwich. It's like you sandwich the pack with like metal, magnetic foil. That could be I don't know, but I would assume that could be enough to not let you see each card in the MRI, right? The MRI would fuck up enough where it would not be able to see what's going on. I don't know. But that would only apply to newer packs, and they'd have to do it. It would probably also raise the price of the packs. I don't know if they will ever do it.
Change the kind of foil they use for the pack or something.
Yeah, like I don't know if it's possible to do without like
Right.
lead, and I don't think they'll put lead in the
Yeah, I doubt they would.
packaging. But if it is possible, it would be good. They do something similar with aluminum for amiibo. They put this little aluminum piece of card underneath the amiibo in the packaging, so you can't scan the amiibo through the packaging. You have to open it up.
Fucking unbelievable. The idea that somebody would buy a MRI machine. You mean they just happen to have access to one and they use it?
I don't think it's a
They
full
find,
MRI
like,
machine,
an
but it's
ancient
something like
one
that.
that's
I'm
not
saying
serviced anymore.
well, that too probably, but I'm saying MRI. I don't know. It's some scanning thing that scans things to the point where they can scan each card. They can see each card in the machine, whatever the machine is.
Go through it layer by layer.
I saw a video about it. I probably posted the video anyway. I could go find that video and I'll post it again and we can talk about it next week. But for now, we won't do that. Scroll down, just like quickly skim through this. I think we covered most of what's in here. But there's more details on the
See,
dot
the
pattern.
the problem with this kind of problem here is that the grading companies are now incentivized to try to keep the lie going for their own reputation. Even if they heard your argument and said, oh, fuck yeah, there's nothing about these before last year. And it looks like a lot of them were printed last year, right? Man, like, what are we going to do about this? Fucking nothing. We're going to pretend that you're wrong because otherwise an admission of guilt on this with all the ones we've graded would be devastating to the grading community and to our industry in general, you know?
Yeah. And I mean, like they were saying, some of the patterns are like they have to get deciphered, right? So, I mean, it's possible that these patterns are being misinterpreted. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that it just so happens that the 1996 code in Japan looks just like the 2024 code in America or something.
Well, I mean, binary numbers are the
Yeah.
same in English or Japan.
Assuming it's binary for this particular
Maybe it's a transcode.
code. Yeah.
Yeah, my cards are non-binary.
Yeah.
Printers are transcoded, you know.
Oh yeah, these ones were a weird thing. So there's a picture of this Sidra with the corner,
Yeah,
but
the
then
black
the graded. Yeah, like if you see the corner,
ridge,
like
yeah, it's not even close to over the same.
it's
shape.
like cropped. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like cropped in the graded version. So people are like, "How'd that happen?"
And
We
you
don't
can
know.
also see a corner printed to the edge that's rounded on the Sidra, like top left corner there, that terminates into the top of the actual card. Do you see that extra little line there? Reese, can you zoom in a little bit? Here, you know what? I can zoom in. I have it on screen share too. I'm just look. What page is that?
21.
21. So this is a proof of concept. Sidra appeared in an Instagram post. Oh, you removed it. in an Instagram post in 2022.
Okay, so you can see a straight edge right here. As though what they did was make the rim to be printed, right? Like they paint fill bucketed black, and the actual color on the original image they found somewhere wasn't perfectly black because it was like a JPEG or something. And so this is a different print quality than the image right here, where this corner has the black kind of as part of the image on top of a real black.
Yeah.
Right. So like, for example, in Illustrator, when you select a black, you can do black value all the way to the end. Okay, now I got my black. But that's not the same color black.
When you're dealing with CMYK specifically.
When you're doing when you're doing CMYK, you can move the K all the way to the right. And it's black now instead of white, right? But what you have to do to get a rich black is move every color all the way to the right. And then that gives you a very full looking black versus a flat black. And it looks like that might be somewhat what's happening here, where you've got the rich black up against the flat black because this was a JPEG, not a CMYK file, right? Because you can see it on both edges here. See these corners? These harsh corners?
Yeah. I mean, to me, what it looks like is that it could be, I don't know, it's hard to tell, but it looks like it's a card in a card sleeve. And then that black thing around it is not actually part of the card. But in the graded copy, it definitely is.
100%. Right? Absolutely, that might be what's going on. That the original card doesn't even have that. And that what we're seeing here is the plastic that's at the sleeve. Yeah, I think you might be right. That could be it.
But then the graded copy has the black border.
This being the graded copy?
Yeah. So if that Instagram copy is in a sleeve, then that black border is not part of that card, and it just happens to be underneath. And then, so the graded copy shouldn't have the black
My
border.
favorite thing about this conspiracy that these are printed in 2024 is that they look like they were fucking printed on a home computer printer with the fucking horizontal lines every couple of...
Well, these were definitely, like, regardless of when they were printed, no one's claiming they were printed officially in like an official printer thing. Mm-hmm. In all situations, I think the idea is that they were printed in an office printer.
Yeah.
So like that would make sense that there's like scan lines, because they're not going to pay
were they
a lot of
printed on
money.
Actual card stock or just regular photo paper though?
I don't know. I mean, it kind of looks like cardstock, but I don't have one to tell you. That's for sure.
I can print you one right now. What do you mean? Like,
yeah.
You could have one.
You can have the whole collection.
Hey, can I sell it to you for $10 million? I'll get it graded.
I'll trade you a blackjack cell for it.
Oh yeah. So yeah. Anyway. Just more examples of all these like weird inconsistencies.
Why is this one done in ASCII?
Yeah. So I don't know how much you want to go through it. You can skim through the rest of the.
It's pretty interesting, but
basically, don't spend a lot of money on a beta card, right? Because you're probably gonna get scammed.
I swear to God, when my cells come in and they have print dots from 2024, I am gonna fucking murder the heritage auction.
Well, the benefit of the cells is, it should be pretty easy to tell that it's paint.
Yeah. Cool GG says, want us to print you some random.
Yeah. I mean, if I can sell them for $10 million, yes, let's print away. I'll get a print farm set up.
Cool to see. You've learned how to make us profitable. Print your $10 million cards. Get some suckers.
You weren't here for it, but some of the cards have dates of 1996, which I was saying would make sense, right? And then I was thinking, I was like, it would be so easy to just change the printer date, like offline printer,
yeah,
and have it print out 2026. Now the serial number of the printer, sorry, 1996.
Yeah, 2026.
We should
This is
do
the
that.
card
We
for
should
the
make
future,
future
guys.
cards.
Yeah, future cards. The serial number of the printer would still be your deathbed if anyone knew the serial, but like if there was some pattern to the serial number that would give away that your printer was made in 2024.
I'm sorry. Clefairy's name in the Japanese version is Pee-Pee? Like, what? Is that what I'm seeing here?
Do not know.
Yeah, Pee-Pee.
Maybe for pink.
Pee-Pee. Some of these
That
are
one's
so
Australian.
Derp. Some of these are so derp, I can't even believe they ever were in the running.
Well, I mean that one, the image looks squashed.
The Romanized names is Pippi. Pippi.
Yeah.
Like
that's what the small Sue is for. That's what I was saying about Maku versus Makudo, is that in order to write Maku, it would take 3 characters because it would be Ma, small Sue, Ku. Right? That would be how you would write it.
Mewju.
I think that's Mew. Mew Tsu.
Mew
Okay.
Woo.
Okay, I got it.
You will shirt one.
Anything else you want to highlight before we?
No, that's basically it. Just this is a PSA. Don't buy.
He did bring up the identical, not these two, but identical hairs on one of them earlier.
Yeah, the ball hair.
You got 2 scrotum hairs in one show. How happy are you?
Yeah. Be wary when you're buying these cards. If you're gonna,
If there's no ball hair, it's fake.
Authentic ball hair. Can I get ball hairs PSA graded?
Probably. Rare baseball cards have been counterfeited for years. I'm not surprised it's happening with Pokemon cards now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, my first Pokemon card pack. I don't know if I told this story on the podcast, but my brother told, like, when we were first getting into Pokemon cards, they were brand new. My brother was like, "All right, me and my brother wanted Pokemon cards, and finally convinced my mom to let us go buy Pokemon cards." And we didn't really know where to get them. Apparently, there was a card shop that would have been the best place to get them, but we didn't know that yet. So we were going to the convenience store. We heard they were at the convenience store, and my brother told me specifically, he's like, "Don't get the ones in cardboard. Make sure it's plastic." And for whatever reason, he didn't come. If he knew, I don't know why he didn't come. But so it's just me and my mom, and she took me to the convenience store. I went to the counter, and I see these cards in this little plastic cardboard box, and I'm like feeling the cardboard to see if it's plastic. I'm like, I don't know. It kind of feels plasticky. It wasn't like straight cardboard, right? It had like a slipperiness to it, a shine to it. So I'm like, is this I don't know. Okay, let's get it. And so we got it, and it was like base set Pokemon cards. They were all counterfeit cards. And they were like the shitty counterfeit cards. They weren't even the right aspect ratio. They were like squished, and they had purple backs. It was bad. So yeah, from day one they were being counterfeited. Printers use watermarks, but when the official Pokemon card printers have dots, yeah. So no, official printers do not do it. It's only to stop You and Me from counterfeiting shit. They assume if you can spend, $100,000 on a printer, you're probably not going to be counterfeiting money.
You're not hurting for cash.
Also, wouldn't a professional counterfeit operation
Counterfeiting is what makes
flash?
the investment worth it. Like, come
Yeah,
on.
flash any software on the printer to spoof? If they could, I don't know. I don't know how ingrained in the printer it is. High dollar comics were being sold on eBay and Facebook Marketplace. They were fake. One big tell was the shiny paper they were using. The OG comics were printed in newspaper, newsprint paper. Yeah, and it's shitty paper too. Newsprint is so easy to get. It was the Amazing Spider-Man 300 first appearance of Venom. At the time, a nice copy was 1,000. They were selling fakes for a few hundred, acting like they didn't know what they were selling. Yeah. They put holograms on 1989 Upper Deck baseball cards, trying to stay one step ahead of fakes. So this is an old problem. Yeah. Also, wouldn't an old printer keep the same date and time from 96, even printed today? So the date is when it was printed, is my understanding. Not when the printer was made.
I think the idea, though, is if you had a printer from before the internet was invented, would it still have a clock system for a date?
Yeah, I guess if it didn't have a screen, I don't know.
We need an IBM 5100.
Yeah, it would depend on the software, right? Like it might connect, like the computer would have the date, so it might know from the computer what the date is. So you would have to set the date in the computer to the old date. There's definitely, like, if you have an old printer from 96, there should be a way without hacking it.
And an old computer from 96.
No, you wouldn't even need an old computer. You just need to change the date on the computer at most, and have a driver that worked with it, obviously. That might be a challenge with if you're using a printer from 96, to be honest. But if you get it to print, you, in theory, could get it to print out that old date code, because it would think it's in 96 still. So yeah, it's probably not the biggest of when you're dealing with something that we know was printed in an office printer and would have these date codes. It's not like a sure-proof way to authenticate something, but if the date is wrong, it's a sure-proof way to unauthenticate something. I can change the date. Yeah. So we covered that. Printers can print things that are invisible to the eye. That's why they have to have color ink in a printer, even when you print black and white, to stop people from printing it. Well, it's not quite invisible, but it's invisible to the eye. Yes, fair enough. But Austin Evans bought Pokemon cards back from AliExpress.
Card boxes from AliExpress.
Yeah. Sorry, boxes from. Who's the Logan Paul, right? Logan Paul also bought a box that was fake. Trusted seller would let a rare go every now and then.
This is in reference to you saying don't buy unless it's from a trusted seller. And he's saying even a trusted seller would just be somebody who allows a rare to go out every once in a while to keep customers.
Well, I mean, like, if you're at a comic book shop, sometimes what they'll do is they'll open like a booster box right in front of you and be like, okay, here you go. So if they're opening the booster box in front of you and you can like pick the pack that you want, that's a truck. Like, in order to fake that, like, they'd have to put the fake seat. Like, I guess they could. I don't know. At a certain point, it's like, you kind of just got to trust it. There was a whole thing that came out that said the distributor for Pokemon, I don't know if it's in the States or if it was in Canada, but the distributor for Pokemon had the same address as this scalper that was on Walmart. So they were basically what they were doing was that instead of selling the cards that they were getting from Pokemon to Walmart, they were selling them a couple. They would sell out, and then they would put them in this third-party marketplace seller account that they had for like double the price. So they were
so like Pokemon themselves or whatever was the scalper.
it wasn't Pokemon. It was
whatever.
The distributor
was scalping.
The official distributor was
fucking
scalping.
Genius business strategy from the official distributors.
Yeah.
Fucking genius. Like I could sell this at MSRP, but you know what? I could also sell it at 18 times MSRP. Like,
yeah. Well, when the scalping market is so like there's so much demand and people are getting the value for it, it's like I can see it, but like that should be against their terms. Like Nintendo should bring down the hammer on them. My amiibos work without being opened. Why would they block that? Well, I think some work, but and maybe they stopped doing it, so maybe the newer ones maybe don't have it. Also, there's a difference between the Nintendo amiibo and the third-party amiibo. So like the Monster Hunter amiibo would be all third-party amiibo. Anyway, so some of them might not have it, but they were doing it to a lot of the official like first-party Nintendo amiibo. They were putting that little blocker in there, which was annoying. Also, they might only do it for ones that have I don't know. I haven't checked every single one of them, but
the one that give you exclusive items in game.
Well, yeah,
so,
some well
your Switch while you're in the store or something, and get it
some of
one time.
Yeah, some of them allow you to just unlock something like if you scan it. Some of them are like a one-time only thing. Some of them it'll get saved back to the amiibo. So like they wouldn't want someone to save like a special, especially for the Smash Brothers. Like you wouldn't want someone to save like a CPU that had like a name like Dick Fuck or something, and then have a little kid open their thing and plug it into their game and be like, oh, mine's already named Dick Fuck, you know? So,
what's that mean, Mommy?
They used to weigh card packs to find rare foil baseball cards. They used to do that in Pokemon too. Yep. They were usually slightly heavier. Some packs were also thicker because of autograph cards.
Full disclosure, when I was in Arizona, I spoke to somebody that worked at the fulfillment center I worked at, and he was telling me that his little brother was super into Pokemon and he knew all the tricks about stuff. I literally started the process of talking to him about meeting his little brother and filming a tip from the Anime Collector video about like all the shit with the little like drug dealers like weighing thing and everything.
Scale.
Yeah, the scale. Yeah, the drug dealer scale for weighing like the coke and everything that his little brother could put in his hoodie pocket and take into the Walmart and weigh all the packs and stuff.
Yeah,
I almost made a video about that back then.
It's hard for the packaged stuff like if you're gonna weigh a box, a lot of the time it has multiple packs in it, so it's like it'll average out. But if you're weighing singles, which you usually can't buy at Walmart, just raw singles. But if you were to buy
at least in mine locally, yeah.
Usually the singles that you buy at Walmart are on like a card stock, right? And in a little blister pack.
They have the foil pack in a card stock package.
Yeah, so you can't. So it's a single, but it's not like just a raw single like floppy. It's in a card stock blister. It's called a blister pack with the little bubble bit of hard plastic on the front. So those are a lot harder to weigh because there's more variability. But if you have access to just the raws, like if you're at a comic book shop or if you buy a whole box and you're weighing your own to intend to sell the ones that you're not going to open, then you can weigh them. However, at a certain point, I don't remember when, Nintendo or Pokemon started adding in filler cards. So basically,
that's like your reverse holo or whatever and stuff.
No. So there are also reverse holos, but these cards are like an advertisement card. It's kind of like the Joker when you buy a normal bicycle deck card, there's that like usually one extra card that has like the poker hands or whatever. It's kind of like that. It's like an advertisement for Pokemon cards. At a certain point, they started putting a code on it so that you could open a digital pack. You could redeem the code for a digital pack, and that code card, if the pack contained a holo, that code card would be lighter. It would be a normal card. But if the pack did not contain a holo, they would put the holo stuff in that code card so that the code card weighed more and offset the fact that the pack didn't have a holo. So it was.
So they made a card that would have variable weights to make every single pack the same weight, regardless.
Roughly, I mean, within reason, to the point where you couldn't weigh the packs anymore.
Right.
But that wasn't until years later. So like the first, 10 or so sets, I don't know the exact number, are susceptible to weighing. AC, can you decrypt the dots even if you saw them?
Okay, so hold on one second. I'm just doing some math on this auction real quick to find out. That's the worst it could possibly get. All right, I had to prepare myself for this something. So what the Cool 2T means is when I said that you could theoretically use the dot thing for the bootleg series. Now, look, obviously, no. The answer is no. You probably couldn't unless you were able to decipher what the bootleggers were using and get that down. Yeah, you could do it that way. But the point I'm making about that is for the bootlegs I've seen, the one-to-one bootlegs, the ones that I own and everything, you would literally need to have them side by side to be able to tell them apart. Once you see them side by side, it's possible to be, oh yeah, this one's a little bit crisper or whatever, right? But if you didn't have them side by side, and I literally just handed you one, the chances are you would not be able to guess, right? So the point is that if you do have them side by side, I could show in the series the print pattern for one versus the other, right? So
the official one wouldn't have the dots.
I think official printers would have the dots.
We've already gone over this. Official printers, like big budget, like printers that would print a box, wouldn't have dots.
Then I guess it wouldn't. In that regard, it wouldn't actually matter then.
And
because if
I
you
should
see
also
dots
say
to begin with, it indicates it's a fake product.
Yes,
printed
100%.
Somewhere. Yeah,
100%. But also, if you go to like Staples and get this printed, maybe that doesn't have the dots.
No,
right?
I'm pretty sure it does. And I'm pretty sure the big budget, like mass produced stuff also still has the dots.
No. Well, I mean, that's what the post that I just read said. No, the dots are only on office, like home use stuff. So whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that's what
that's interesting because I did a lot of work behind the scenes on the bootleg series, and I'm really irritated that things have not worked out for me in California to the point where I could get my shit out of storage and get back on working on this shit because because I had a lot of conversations with Brady about my theory as to what was going on, and he had his own theory about the one-to-one bootleggers, and it would be interesting to I don't know, observe this information. But we should we should move on if we can after we get through these chats.
Yeah, we only got a couple more chats to go. I had Pokemon cards day one that were counterfeit. Yeah, I don't think that they were even a period without counterfeit cards. Yeah, like I said, I was pretty up on my Pokemon cards, and they were already counterfeits. It's because
it makes you feel better. When I started the channel, I did like 3 or 4 reviews, and I have a one-to-one bootleg sitting right behind me the entire time. Like it's yeah. It's really hard to tell at times.
I stopped buying old wax packs of baseball cards because they were too easy to open and reseal. Yeah. It was the dealers pulling the rare packs they'd sell packs at shows or at local retail store. Sure, it still happens with online sellers. Yeah.
I've told the story before, but when I was growing up, I went to a church that was right above a comic book store, and on that same stretch of shops, comic book stores on one side, all on the other side was a Target. And my mom told me a story about how she wanted to buy my brother and I some Pokemon cards when we were growing up, and she had to get to Target before they opened because that's how much the Pokemon craze was going, right? And the guy who was waiting outside when she got there was the owner of the comic book store. And the doors opened. She and he were neck and neck, walking all the way back to the back of the store where the Pokemon cards were. And she grabbed a few, and he grabbed literally every single other one that had been put up that day and just pulled them off into the basket, right? And he was buying the cards and opening them and then selling the rares in the Pokemon in the card shop for premium, like Raichu, $25, right? And the other cards selling for, 10 cents for a Forest Energy or whatever fucking card,
Yeah. Opening it for singles.
Yeah.
Wasn't the gum in the cards to prevent weighing? Maybe. It would have been a good idea. The gum ruined whatever card it was next to. Later, the gum was sealed. Sealing the gum would be a good idea.
All right, cool.
And that's the comments.
All right. You guys ready to keep talking about cards? Japan's new trading card game hit. I read it like 15 times before the podcast and still fucked it up. Japan's new trading card game hit has pictures of real-life middle-aged men on every card. Oji-san trading card game brings smiles to young and old in Fukuoka town. I like how they're like pre-laminated too. Japan is a paradise. Oh. That felt weird. Japan is a paradise for collectible trading card game fans. Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Are the evergreen hit genre giants, and there are tons of other card games with their own dedicated fan bases too. For example, in the town of Kawara in Fukuoka Prefecture, the big new game is Saido Otoko cards, or as it's also known, the Oji-san trading card game. And what are Oji-san? Middle-aged men. I'm an Oji-san now? Wow.
What's middle-aged again?
Oji-san. Oh,
what's
it?
The,
I don't
what's
know.
the age? The age.
I
The
mean,
age
definitely 40.
when I think all the time about my impending death.
I would say 40 is definitely middle age, and then branch out from there.
Pink Panther. Choose pink. Pink style. He's saying, Oji-san no card game. Oji-san evolved too, Why'd you cut off this one's ears? What did he do to you? Anyway.
Do you think this is the new craze that'll sweep the Western nation?
This is Pokemon's done. That's old kids stuff. This is the new thing.
This is going to be the thing that gets kids to start having fist fights on the playground again.
Right.
Are we going to have an Oji-san capture game on the Switch soon?
Yes, 100%. Much like many other trading card games, the goal is to use your character's powers, elemental affinities, and other abilities to defeat your opponent's squad. The difference, though, is that instead of building your team with a pool of monsters or magicians, each card in your deck bears the image of a dude who's middle-aged or older, such as a farmer or a soba noodle chef. Then there's the biggest twist. These aren't fictional characters, but actual men who live or work in Kawara's Saido neighborhood. Hence the game's name of Saido Otoko, Saido Men cards. The idea to swap real-world middle-aged men in for Pokemon came from the Saido Community Council, with director Eri Miyahara spearheading design as part of an effort to foster a friendly sense of connectiveness and local pride. Within the game, the character Firewall might unleash his perfect firepower, but his real-life version, 74-year-old retired Fire Chief Honda-san, still lives in the community, as does character Soba Master's inspiration, 81-year-old Takashita-san, who teaches noodle-making lessons to pass on his skills to the town's next generations. Thanks to the game's popularity, neighbors who might have been strangers to the kids before are now nearby heroes. It's like, can't wait till the next.
Smart-ass kid walks around with a Pokeball and throws it at one of these guys.
I just like the idea of a kid riding his bike and he's got his Oji-san card like, and then he stops in front of an old abandoned building and he looks up and he goes, "Oh, in the window, it's Oji-san right there, my hero," right? You know, and then he doesn't kill himself that night, right? Like, where was I? Thanks to the game's popularity, neighbors who might have been strangers to kids before are now nearby heroes, and now easy to approach pedophiles, right?
That sounds like a problem.
As shown in the video below, where an elementary school student proudly shows off her autographed card of a character all around her. That's a fucking hilarious. Signed by 68-year-old retired police officer Fuji-san, who now does a variety of volunteer activities, such as providing transportation for local seniors who are unable to drive themselves. Since launching the middle-aged man trading card game, the community center says it's seen a surge in the number of kids participating in local volunteer projects, with roughly twice as many of them showing up as they were used to, and many citing that part of their motivation was a chance to work alongside the people they knew from the card game. It's amazing what the concept of celebrity will do to a person's perception, right? Oh, he's famous. He's in that card game. He hasn't done fuck all in his life. Notice how the card is titled Loser. What is this shit? That's fucking weird. Currently, the completed set consists of about 40 different cards, all hand cut by staff members of the Saido Community Center, which produces 50 a day. They can be purchased from the candy shop inside the center, shown in the above photo, with packs of 3 costing just 100 yen. 70 US cents. 70 cents. You can get 3 packs. No, packs of 3. I'm sorry. 1 pack with 3 cards. 70 cents. A steal. Packs of 6, which include 1 guaranteed prism finish card, going for 500 yen. Damn.
They only make 50 a day. You could clean them out and corner the market.
Yeah.
How much do you think a complete set signed would go for in 10 years?
It's the new Bitcoin.
Fuck, man, like a whole $1 maybe.
like all these guys are dead already. Like you can't get their signatures anymore. Like I've got a full signed set.
Imagine having a PSA graded set, you know. Japan's female police ditch traditional skirts and step into pants-only era this April.
Damn.
No.
What have they taken from us?
No. I forbid my kids from watching any more Pokemon if Officer Jenny is wearing slacks. Fuck no.
Look what they're taking from us.
I literally just said that, Reese.
He was emphasizing your point.
I was waiting for him to
Look
scroll
what
down.
Reese
so
took from Andy.
I was waiting for him to scroll down so he gets the full shot.
Those Oji-san cards remind me of Flanders giving away biblical baseball cards, even a Methuselah rookie card. I want an old man card. That's going on a thumbnail. Old man card.
Old man card. By the way, I looked away for a split second. Scroll the fuck back up. What the fuck? What the fuck? See, I didn't realize that they were still wearing skirts.
That's funny. This is hilarious. So, what do you think of this AI image from Patreon/?
Oh, okay. Well,
that's the Patreon of the AI. You go there, you get more AI images.
I like how it managed to get the panty line in there.
Yeah, the panty line's hot.
Nice. Anyway, Japan's National Police Agency has announced that skirts will be discontinued starting in April as part of the uniform for female police officers assigned to duties such as police station patrols. While the change will be official in April, nearly all female officers in Japan already opt for the more practical pants for ease of movement. Additionally, to address extreme heat, a new summer uniform will be introduced featuring breathable polo-style shirts as an optional choice.
Do they wear breathable panties?
R.I.P. Officer Jenny. Welcome, Officer Johnny.
Right? Yeah. Damn. Although I get it. Like, I really, like, it's like, I don't see, unless it's a lot of desk work,
Look,
like, I don't see them.
No. Growing up as a child, watching Animaniacs, Hello Nurse all over the place, I grew up believing nurses were hot. Then I saw one in fucking scrubs.
Yeah,
I nearly
like,
threw
no,
up.
no.
Okay? You can't take
Real
the police
life?
from me, too. They have handcuffs. It's already a little kinky.
Right.
You can't take this from me. No. I refuse.
Real life needs to represent the TV shows, okay? So I demand we have sexy nurses. Mandatory.
Real life needs to be the slutty Halloween store outfits, and the Halloween store outfits need to get even sluttier, right? In order for us to even be able to afford them in this economy, it basically needs to be non-existent clothing. You just buy in the packaging. Right?
People will be more incentivized to pay for their health care if they know what's going to be serving them.
Yes. According to the agency, skirts were once widely worn by female officers, particularly in traffic enforcement roles. However, duties such as rapid response from police stations or apprehending suspects have rendered skirts functionally obsolete, with almost no officers currently choosing them. Further reforms include standardizing rank insignia sizes, previously differing between genders, and introducing polo-style shirts with enhanced breathability and quick-drying properties for heat mitigation. All right. So News 24 had this to say about Japan abolishes skirts for police uniform. First of all, just want to show this video here. I see at least 3 ladies wearing skirts. 4, 5. Fuck you. It's a lie. They're not all wearing pants. You liars. The majority of Japan's prefectural police departments, 26 out of 47, no longer even issue skirts in female police officers' uniform packets. So while skirts will be officially abolished from policewomen's uniforms, this isn't so much a top-down policy dictated by the National Police Agency, as it is a reflection that most of them are already wearing pants in order to do their jobs more effectively. Also coming as part of the uniform code revision are new summer uniforms for men and women, which replace the officers' dress shirts with poly shirts. Which one is the type? Is it the polo shirt or the poly shirt made of fast-drying polyester? Which one's the real translation, I wonder? Also, the skirt abolishment goes into effect on April 1st. I don't find this funny. April Fool's Day joke, right?
Please be an April Fool's joke.
Yeah,
Please
seriously.
Be an April Fool's joke. Please be an April Fool's joke. Stay psyched. Stay psyched. Come on.
In other news, Hold on. Nurses are famous for the infidelity. Yeah, I had a chance, but now I don't even want it. You stupid whore with your stupid ugly scrubs. You don't get it. FTDM, girls wear skirts and Luigi is finally relevant.
No.
It would be funny if they got rid of the skirts only to replace them with those tight yoga pants.
Well, if we have to.
Listen, you drive a hard bargain, but okay. All right, large drunk foreign man arrested for trespassing on Imperial Palace grounds in Tokyo. Please let it be Johnny Smalley. Please fucking let it be Johnny Smalley. Let me see Johnny Smalley, please. Visiting the Imperial family unannounced is always a bad idea, especially when it's the middle of the night and you're hammered. Fucking bucket list. God damn it. There are a lot of situations in life where how people will react varies from person to person. However, some things are more or less universal. And one of them is this. If you're drunk at 2:30 in the morning, no one will be happy if you show up unannounced at their front door. Not your friends, not your coworkers, and certainly not the Imperial family of Japan.
So what we got to do is send them a letter that we're coming. We go to Japan.
Yes, we are in fact coming. Yes. This seemingly easy to grasp concept, however, and that third subpoint in particular, seems to have slipped through the mental functions of one man. In the early hours of last Sunday morning, a, quote, large Western-appearing young man was arrested on the grounds of the Imperial Palace in downtown Tokyo on trespassing charges. According to the Imperial Guard, the division of the Japanese police force tasked with protecting the Imperial family and their residents, the man was spotted by an officer walking on an embankment of the palace grounds outside the Hanzamon Gate. Sorry. Past the fence that marks the boundary of the area for which the public is allowed. The area he was apprehended at can be seen here. Okay, so he's not in. Okay. The man did not become physically confrontational as he was taken into custody, nor was he in possession of any weapons or other items indicating malicious intent. He was, however, in a clearly intoxicated condition and unable to communicate in Japanese. So he was taken to the precinct to sober up, and an English proficient officer summoned to explain the situation he gotten himself into. Given that he was unarmed and compliant, it seems unlikely that the man's intrusion was premeditated, and it's not currently clear if his alcohol-addled brain had even registered just where he was trying to walk into. At the same time, with the Hanzamon Gate being the closest gate to the Imperial family's residency compound within the palace grounds, his intrusion isn't something that's going to be taken lightly either. So remember, if you've been out drinking until 2 a.m, really the only place you should be headed after you leave the pub is home. And that's your home, not the Imperial family's. Damn it. Fuck, didn't even learn that his name was Bumbo or something. God damn it. All right, let's read about the Wesley Medical Center employee who stole and sold human body parts and fetuses. He'll go to prison. Says the Wichita Eagle. Who knows? Oh, you fuckers. Fuckers. Stupid, dumb bitch whores. Okay, good. The rest of that article was hidden behind a paywall that I circumvented by simply archiving it. A Wichita man who stole... What?
Modern problems required modern
yes.
solutions.
I'm showing you how to do illegal activities, probably, maybe, I don't know. A Wichita man who stole human body parts and fetal corpses when he worked at Wesley Medical Center and sold them to someone he met online was sentenced Thursday to spend 18 months in prison. If I sold dead bodies to you, Do you think I'd get more than 18 months? Like, why are the fetuses slap on the wrist? 18 months. You know, like the U.S. Attorney's Office. I mean, you know, they're turning them into disgusting fleshlights. I mean, what? The U.S. Attorney Office for the Middle District of Pennsylvania sought a 60-month sentence for Angelo Pereira because of the unusually heinous nature of the crime. Court records show Pereira's attorney had asked for 3 months in prison. He pleaded guilty in June to 1 count of interstate transportation of stolen goods. Co-defendant Andrew Insanian of Montgomery, Pennsylvania, pleaded to the same charge the same day. A date for Did I lose something here? He pled guilty. Oh, co-defendant. Okay. So another guy was doing it with him. Wow. Pereira had met Insanian on eBay and then communicated on Facebook Messenger. What do you have to be selling on eBay to randomly meet a guy who wants to buy, I'm sorry, what was it again? Human body parts and fetuses.
Probably the butt baby, because he wanted to put that fetus into like a resin butt plug or something.
That is perhaps the most horrifying, disgusting thing that has ever crossed my mind, young man.
I'm sorry.
And I hate what I must do for the goddamn thumbnail. Facebook Communications established that Pereira sold multiple fetal corpses, as well as a partial foot, a human heart, slices of liver, brain, and kidneys, a spleen, a foot, so a partial foot and a foot, good job, intestine pieces, a testicle, a jar of toes, a fucking jar, skin and fat, dried toes, and miscellaneous other organs. The transactions totaled over $5,000 in aggregate, court records show. Pereira, who was 39 when he was charged in May, shipped the body parts through the United States Postal Service. Insanian, who was 38, paid for them over PayPal, court records show. You know, for the dead babies. You know, like
he should have just went and tried to sell fake Pokemon cards.
Yes. Yeah. Court records say Insanian purchased numerous so-called wet specimens from Pereira, but didn't say what he did. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Pennsylvania did not immediately respond to a call for more information. Wesley spokesperson Dave Stewart said Pereira was fired immediately when the hospital was alerted by law enforcement last year. Quote, this disturbing behavior by a former employee is a betrayal of all Wesley Medical Center representatives, and we appreciate the actions law enforcement took through the investigation. I just love the idea that he's only serving 18 months. 1.5 years. That's it. You could do this disgusting shit. 1.5 years is the worst you're going to do. As part of the plea, Pereira stipulated that the offense involved a loss of $6,500 to $15,000 and agreed to make full restitution to the hospital for the value of the fucking toes you stole. And Pereira stole body parts and remains, including, most egregiously, stillborn and miscarried fetal corpses, and sold them for monetary gain. Weighing in his favor is that he admitted his guilt upon being confronted by the FBI, and his trafficking was limited to a single customer. The two men were charged as part of a multi-year investigation into the trafficking of stolen human remains. The U.S. Attorney's Office in the Middle District of Pennsylvania said on a May 15th news release, quote, multiple defendants have been charged previously in the Middle District of Pennsylvania, and 3 have thus far entered guilty pleas, the release says. An additional defendant has been charged and convicted in Arkansas. A June story by WBUR in Boston talks at length about the market for human remains and about the charges brought against a former Harvard Medical School morgue manager and his wife after they stole and sold parts of bodies donated in the name of science. The article talks about how the morgue manager's case was discovered from another case where an Arkansas woman sold body parts to a Pennsylvania man who had also been charged or pled guilty in the case. Quote, there is no federal law against buying or selling. There is no federal law against buying or selling human remains, and only a patchwork of state laws that go largely unenforced. Largely unenforced.
So they basically got him just for the theft?
Pereira will have to surrender to serve his prison sentence by February 3rd. After that, he'll have to complete 50 hours of community service in the first 6 months of 3 years of supervised release. Wow. What a slap on the fucking wrist. Meanwhile, Starbucks was hit with a $50 million jury verdict for hot tea that scalded and disfigured a Postmates driver's penis. Imagine disfiguring your dick with liquid lava for some other schmuck to enjoy. Like, it's one thing to get horribly disfigured because you went to Korean barbecue and enjoyed the meat too much and the fire singed your eyebrows off or something. But imagine your dick is permanently disfigured because some asshole couldn't drive to Starbucks himself
to get fucking tea. Not coffee.
Imagine 0 stars. Driver walked with a limp, and complained of disfigured penis to me. 0 stars. Very unprofessional. Fire his ass, right? A Starbucks spokesperson called the verdict excessive and said the company would appeal. Oh, fuck you. His penis is disfigured forever, Starbucks.
And
just pay for his penile.
Whenever, like, you keep reading, it's in pain whenever he gets erect.
Just pay for his penile surgery, or his glamour penis, right? An LA County jury on Friday ordered Starbucks to pay $50 million to a Postmates driver who dropped scalding hot tea on his lap. Look, man, I'm just saying, if you're in a pinch and need $50 million, it's not hard to become a Postmates driver, right? Causing third-degree burns and permanently disfiguring his penis. Now he can last twice as long. I don't see what the problem is. He should be paying them. In 2020, Michael Garcia was picking up an order of 3 venti-sized medicine balls, a secret menu item made to burn your dick off. No, a secret menu item made from a mixture of steamed lemonade and 2 different teas from a drive-through Starbucks window in South Los Angeles. One of the drinks, he said, was negligently unsecured in its cardboard drink carrier, causing it to spill in his lap shortly after he took the order inside the car. In his complaint, Garcia said he, quote, suffered severe burns, disfigurement, and debilitating nerve damage to his genitals as a result of the spill. He was taken to the emergency room by paramedics. Fuck. Imagine being stuck in the fucking drive-thru and the goddamn fucking ambulance shows up and cuts your seatbelt off and puts you on the gurney and drives you away from the fucking drive-thru exit. Garcia was later treated at the renowned Grossman Burn Center, where he received not one, but 2 skin grafts on his penis. Garcia's attorney, trial lawyers for Justice co-founder Nikki Rowley, said Garcia's penis was permanently discolored and disfigured, with less length and less girth. Fuck! 50 million's not enough.
So he was basically reverse circumcised?
Yeah. No, he was just regular circumcised. They took
they
grafted
it. They tried to graft back onto it, so therefore, wouldn't they be?
Oh yeah,
like,
I guess.
Yeah.
So now he is now unable to have a complete or sustained erection, and any friction during sex or masturbation causes pain. One of the most pleasurable experiences in my life has been changed to pain. It's an awful, awful injury, he added. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm sorry, not in my life, in life. Okay, great. This is the lawyer. I'm like, this isn't the guy's name. This is the fucking lawyer's name. It's an awful, awful injury, he added. He's a different person. This will affect every facet of his life. Look, man, you don't understand how important the dick is. The dick will affect every facet of your life, you know. A spokesperson for Starbucks called the award excessive and said the company would appeal. We sympathize with Mr. Garcia, but we disagree with the jury's decision that we were at fault for this incident, and believe the damages awarded to be excessive, said Starbucks Director of Corporate Communications, J.C. Anderson. Fuck you, J.C. You don't even have a penis. We plan to appeal. We have always been committed to the highest safety standards in our stores, including the handling of hot drinks.
We got clipped out for whenever Jakey comes back.
Upon hearing that statement, Rowley replied, "They're a bunch of idiots. They don't have a chance in hell at getting this verdict reduced. In fact, we're going to get 10 million more." Like, Rowley said that the key evidence during the trial was the surveillance footage of the incident taken from inside the coffee shop. Rowley said the footage clearly showed the barista secure 2 of the cups in the caddy, but not the 3rd, causing it to spill less than 2 seconds after Garcia took it into the car. The video showed that Michael did nothing wrong. Is Michael Garcia? Michael, fucker, you can't spell. Michael did nothing wrong, Rowley said. It showed on video the drink wasn't properly secured. The trial was bifurcated into 2 phases. After a week-long liability trial, the jury deliberated for 20 minutes before finding Starbucks liable for the incident. After another week on the damages phase, the jury deliberated for a little over 2 hours before coming up with a $50 million verdict. This was a jury of 100% men, right? Like fucking bros before Starbucks, right? Which could climb to 60 million when interest and attorney's fees are factored in. How much did he spend on his fucking attorney?
It's a slam dunk case, so like,
holy fuck. Rowley had asked the jury for 120. Oh, wow. He asked for 120 million. 3 of the jurors, Rowley said, pushed for that amount. Fuck. Bros, man. Rowley also said Starbucks offered to settle the case before trial for $3 million. On Tuesday, after it had been found liable, the company increased its offer to $30 million, but wanted the amount to remain confidential. Garcia declined. The case and verdict bring to mind the infamous 1992 lawsuit against McDonald's, in which 79-year-old Stella Liebig sued the fast food giant for after she spilled hot coffee in her lap. The scalding coffee caused 3rd-degree burns over 16% of Liebig's body and led to an 8-day hospital stay. A jury found McDonald's 80% at fault and awarded Liebig $160,000 in compensatory damages and $2.7 million in punitive damages. A judge reduced the award to $480,000, and the party settled for a confidential sum reported to be less than $500,000. Liebig's cause stirred a national debate on excessive jury awards and the responsibility of corporations to keep the customer safe. Look, full disclosure, I know it seems like when that was happening in the 90s or whatever, that a person is just suing because they hurt themselves. The details of that case are so fucking horrific. If you actually look into it, she did not get enough for how bad those burns were.
Well, I was about to say that I remember from First Aid, they described third-degree burns as like penetrating to bone.
Yeah.
So like when I hear that, it's like, are you sure? Third degree? That's pretty. Pretty insane for cost.
It was fucking bad, and it turns out that they found that McDonald's has a business practice of serving the coffee at levels that should not even be possible. They're so fucking hot. Like, they are serving it so goddamn hot because I forget the reasoning for it was, but the idea was something like they need the tea or coffee or whatever that they make to remain hot by the time they hand it to the drive-thru or something. So the coffee being made even in Starbucks or McDonald's, when you get it fresh, is like 400 degrees. I mean, it is so fucking hot. It should never.
The other
be
issue
that hot.
with that case, though, it wasn't because she had taken the lid off on purpose to like put sugar or something in it.
Put sugar and cream and let it cool down a little bit because it's impossible to fucking drink that shit.
And so the bigger issue, not so much that it was super hot and that she spilt on herself, was that when asked for like $800 of medical expenses, they said no.
Yeah.
We'll sue you. Or whatever, we'll go for the lawsuit.
Totally.
And then when offered another settlement of a reasonable sum, they said no again, we'll take the lawsuit. So when they kept saying no, basically fuck you and your, third degree horrific scarring, where you were initially only asking for something very reasonable.
They're literally putting the nails in their own coffin.
Yeah, the jury threw the book at them.
Yeah. Old man says, I'm surprised that Starbucks didn't learn from the McDonald's lawsuit. Is he not going to heal eventually? So is milking it when the injury is fresh? You'd think medicine balls would heal him, not hurt him. My wife and I have been getting the lemon ginger tea or whatever, lemon mint, I think it is. Yeah, we'll see about that. The feminists would protest if they enforced corpse law. Yeah. Okay. It's excessive. A gas station got sued over a DUI, but all Starbucks has to do is put trigger warning hot liquid. No, seriously.
I would imagine they already do that.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. Let's look at this next topic. Now,
actually, I'm pretty sure, at least up here, every freaking hot cup has a thing that says like hot/chode.
Hot chode,
which means it's hot, so therefore you're liable, I guess.
Well, then no. Even if you have a thing that says hot, like caution
hot chode,
there's still an amount of reasonability, right? Like if you're like caution hot and it's like lava that's burning through iron, it's like no.
Caution hot, hands him a drink. The bottom of the metal cup literally melts away and hot lava pours onto their lap.
Yeah. Like you're not getting away with, but the cup said caution hot. Like no.
Old man says we used to throw medicine balls to each other in gym class, but they weren't filled with hot liquids. All right, you guys ready for this final article here?
Yep.
All right. Full disclosure, it may or may not be true. I choose to operate under the assumption that it is because it's funnier.
Because it's funnier that way. Yeah.
Man faces execution after rubbing his penis on Mao Zedong's corpse.
That
I
does sound
mean,
like a tall tale.
hashtag dongs for Zedong, right?
Dong on Zedong action right there.
Dong on Zedong. Yeah, you get the extra on there. Nice. A Chinese man faces execution after he took several pictures of himself and his genitals next to the embalmed corpse of Chairman Mao Zedong, reports the Beijing Express. Zhang Chunhua, an employee of the mausoleum of Mao Zedong, had been working at the facility for the past 16 years before his arrest this week. Camera footage. Yeah, the mausoleum. Camera footage allegedly showed the former janitor desecrating the embalmed body of Mao Zedong, according to authorities. Chunhua admittedly took pictures of his genitals next to the leader as a joke and to impress his friends, an official of the mausoleum told the press. Over 2,000 pictures have been seized. 2,000.
His ghost came out and said, "Impress them in hell, bitch."
Over 2,000 pictures have been seized on the man's cell phone by Beijing police, many of sexual nature.
Oh, no.
Some pictures also suggest Xinhua had sexual interactions with the former chairman of the Communist Party of China, according to a released police report. A biopsy performed by a team of medical examiners also revealed traces of fecal matter, semen, and urine on the face, hands, and genitals of the embalmed body. Whoa,
but how can you prove it was his? How can you prove it was his?
Zhou Qishan, a manager at the mausoleum, told reporters that Chunhua had been severely depressed since his divorce last year, was taking antidepressants, and felt extremely lonely. Fuck, man, have a heart. He's so lonely that he found
mercy kill him.
Yeah. Zhang Chunhua faces capital punishment for desecrating the embalmed body of Mao Zedong, believe most legal experts. Mao Zedong became the founding father of the People's Republic of China and ruled as chairman of the Communist Party of China from 1945 until his death in 1976. Damn. Well, there you go. That's it for tonight. I'm tired. Trump needs a rescue. This is such an old article, man. That guy's long dead.
If it was real.
Look, the dong on the dong. Anyway, I think that's it. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm really tired. Hopefully I'm better by next podcast. Anyway.
No place to hide. The Titans come to protect us. Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this horror? Roar! Roar! He tears through walls with rage and might, no end in sight, just endless night. Oh, save us from the beast. Our hopes have turned to shattered dreams. Mama, hold on, I'll fight for you. Our shadows cast on crumbled ground. The Titans roar a deafening sound. No, Mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar, destruction in its wake of fury.